and the rainbow, things like that. So we're going to talk about Hollywood voodoo movies. But first, we're going to do Q&A. And you're going to answer some Q&A too?
I hope so, if I have an answer.
You need to be confident. And even if you don't have an answer, you just bullshit and make up that you do.
Well, that's what people do on those man in the street things where they try to make everyone look stupid by asking 5th grade questions and no one knows the answer. I saw someone was trying to make everyone agree to vote for Hillary because she wanted Sharia law for women. And no one knew what that was. So they just said, yeah, it sounds like a great thing.
Thank you to whoever made the Dyerwave audio. I like that. It's some sweet stuff. In fact, I may just let that play again while we let some more people roll on in here. Amidst the Ruins, the guy who makes Dyerwave music. It's Amidst the Ruins. Dyerwave music. What I've talked about in probably 100 articles in Jay's analysis is the implementation of the AI smart grid and the giant
smart cities, which is what IBM talks about publicly building. And that's where we're going, and that's what I think we have to be really concerned about. So all of these tensions, they are part of a long-term strategy to basically get everybody moved into megacities. They'll be forced off of land and so forth for environmental reasons, and basically concocted and invented environmental nonsense. Then you'll be stuck in some hellhole megacity in a, basically a carton-sized apartment living over a Target or something, or inside of a Target or a Walmart, as I said several years ago, which actually coming true now. There's actually Target City. Strategy. But to get there, you've got to have the constant clash, the constant alchemical blending and mixing and smashing together right out of Manichaeanism to produce the convergence, to produce the synthesis. And that's what's crucial in all this, and what is absolutely true from an alchemical, esoteric, philosophical, and geopolitical perspective. The fact that the ruling elite seek to be post-human. Jay'sAnalysis.com. over and over and over the white papers that actually discussed how to invert and subvert that, changing images of man, things like this. So what has to happen is that the inversion has to be reverted back to the way it needs to be. And that means that first and foremost for man, it is spiritual issues. Those come first. Then we have the things like the philosophy and the family and the social issues and things like that. That comes next. And race or ethnicity can be classed as part of that. That is, in other words, you caring for your people is just a broader extension of the family, the tribe, the nation. Right. It all depends on what we mean by these words and these terms. Now, America and Americanism is the first attempt at a completely propositional nation, and this is well known. This is not debated in political theory. I think even Abraham Lincoln referred to it that way. Jay Dyer, Jason Allison. Jay Dyer, Jason Allison.
Jay Dyer, Jay's Analysis. In our civilization, man has dignity because he's made in the image of God. In Plato's Athens civilization, man has no dignity. So these two grounding basic principles are fighting against one another, right? In Plato's philosophy, the state is God. It's embodied in the philosopher king. It's basically like Pharaoh type stuff, right? Christianity, Orthodox Christianity, is the opposition to that. Now, does that mean that it is egalitarian and wipes everything out? Absolutely not. There ain't a bit of egalitarianism in the last 1,960 years of Christianity. And everybody who knows anything knows that. So, be honest with yourselves. Why can't you, especially the liberal, lying church leaders, people are disgusting. Gosh, all the echo chamber for social media is a waste of time. Yes, it's good for waking people up, but you don't have rules in the correct civilization. You have nothing. I'm telling you, we have an existing structure of the Orthodox Church that contains all the truths that we need to erect this great civilization. It's already been erected in the past. Now, can we go back in time and redo the Byzantium? No. But we can build on what is still there, what's left, the ruins, right? Standing on the shoulders of giants, basically, is what I'm trying to say. And when you read these books, when you get an idea of civilizational studies, and you grow out of just a very naive biological racial determinism, that's not everything, man. There's more to reality, to life than race. Man has a spirit. There's obviously some aspect to which all men share manhood, right? So does that mean that we go with the universal and we blend everybody into a giant blob of no individuals? No. That's the error of collectivism, one of the many dialectics. We don't do dialectics. We believe in a balance because in the triad there's a balance. In the church there's a balance. In the imperium there's a balance between the ethnos, right, and the leadership. All of this was laid out for a thousand years in the church fathers, especially the later church fathers. Look at the double-headed eagle. The Byzantine double-headed eagle. It tells you everything. There's your symbol. There's your esoteric symbol for it. Is it Masonic? No, it's not Masonic. It's the symbol of the ecumenical councils under the Imperium. It's not Masonic. Byzantine. Right? So think about the books that I've recommended here. If you want to take what you're yapping and wasting all your time on YouTube crap, turn that off and read some of these books. Listen to my lectures where I go through these books. This is Jay Dyer, Jay's Analysis. I challenge you to read these books and come back to me and you tell me if I'm wrong.
You know, one of the ways to show that relativism, which is the dominant philosophy of our day, is incorrect, is to show that it actually is inconsistent on its own realm. So while relativism tries to promote the idea of no certainty, no objectivity, it at the same time makes the claim that its own position is universally true. It's a universal statement. So anytime you make a universal claim, as we call it in logic or philosophy, this is the idea where you think that the proposition that you're proposing is absolutely true in all cases, in all worlds, et cetera, et cetera. So if you argue that there's such a thing as absolute truth, while at the same time your foundational presupposition or maxim or proposition is stating the denial of that thing, that it functions as what we call a universal contradiction. And I think that we can show that just simply by looking at its starting point, its beginning position, which claims that there's no objective truth. There are no universals. And so this then applies to epistemic relativism, metaphysical relativism, cultural relativism, and ethical relativism. All of those are kind of a package deal that starts with this position of making a universal claim that relativism itself is true, but then it also denies it in its movement, that is, in its argumentation, and then where it tries to go, it tries to say that there's nothing that's absolute or true. So this actually functions as its strongest self-refutation. It's a reductio. It reduces to absurdity. It's a reductio. It reduces to absurdity. Reductio. It reduces to absurdity. that's exactly what we experienced.
Welcome to the Jay Dyer Today Show, a show that brings classic Dyer directly into your YouTube newsfeed. See what I did there? And now, your host, Jay Dyer.
Welcome. You're listening to Jay's Analysis. A little bit different this go-round. We're going to have two different segments. We're going to deal with Q&A. I asked readers and listeners to send Q&A questions. I get so many emails I can't keep up with them, and it's just constantly people asking for book recommendations and questions and this and that. And what do you think of this? And why don't you do an analysis of this obscure movie that no one has ever seen but two people in Romania? So Jamie is then, after all that, going to talk with me about Hollywood hoodoo. Yes, the Hollywood voodoo movies. And we've picked about the top 4 or 5 that really stand out. And some of those I remember from the 80s and 90s kind of freaked me out when I was in high school going to see Surfing in the Rainbow, things like that. So we're going to talk about Hollywood voodoo movies. But first we're going to do Q&A. And you're going to answer some Q&A too?
I hope so, if I have an answer.
You need to be confident, and even if you don't have an answer, you just bullshit and make up that you do.
Well, that's what people do on those man in the street things where they try to make everyone look stupid by asking 5th grade questions and no one knows the answer. I saw someone was trying to make everyone agree to vote for Hillary because she wanted Sharia law for women, and no one knew what that was. So they just said, yeah, it sounds like a great thing. So I think you're allowed to not know things and ask questions and not have an answer. I think that's part of a problem that people
Right. Well, for a lot of these questions, I have the answer.
Oh, good.
Some of these aren't really questions. I asked for questions and I got people requesting segments, which is not a question, but that's why I intentionally said that smart-ass answers will follow. So the first question comes from Justin, and is it Coke or Pepsi? The response, false dialectic. That's a false choice. Justin, the correct answer is Bubba Cola. And yes, there is such a thing as Bubba Cola in the South. Jamie, Coke or Pepsi?
Well, I like Cactus Cooler myself.
What
but
is that?
It's like it's just another fruit drink, soft drink, but...
Is that what you crazies on the West Coast drink?
Yeah. Are you talking about Coke to drink or Coke to clean your toilet?
Coke and Pepsi.
Yeah, it's just...
Oh, so Coke, that's right, you told me that Coca-Cola will actually clean the toilet.
But it's just like Hillary or Donald Trump, right? One or the other, and both of them are horrible.
All right, next question. From Lee, does the gay mafia run the hip-hop industry? I would say there's some good arguments for that.
It sure seems like it. I mean, if you watch enough YouTube videos, a lot of these ex-rappers and things are putting out that definitely that is part of the process of getting famous.
I know that when my budding hip-hop career was reaching a certain level, they asked me if I would be gay with both Will Smith and Jazzy Jeff. Excuse me, that's the same dude, isn't it?
No.
Will Smith and Jazzy Jeff and
no,
the Fresh
Prince?
Prince?
Different, yeah. The DJ Jazzy Jeff.
That's right.
His friend.
Well, but Jazzy Jeff and Fresh Prince are like alternate. It's like Hannah Montana.
Really? No.
No, wait. Will Smith and the Fresh Prince is like Hannah Montana.
Yeah.
Not really. But I would say yeah, because they didn't let me in it, and I'm not gay, so there you go.
I think it's called the Lavender Mafia or something like that. Or what is that?
Well, that's just the gay mafia. But I think he's asking if there's one that runs hip-hop.
Well, it is kind of weird the way that Will Smith kisses his son. Have you ever seen videos of that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's really gross. And I've got a bit of a cold, so I'm not feeling too great, so I'm going to try to answer these questions as to the best of my human potential abilities. So the next one is from Jason. On Boiler Room, you said your parents were friends with Hank Jr. Do you agree that the song Friday Night's a Great Night for Football from The Last Boy Scout is a much better football-themed song than All My Rowdy Friends? And the answer is no. The correct answer is that since you mentioned Last Boy Scout, is that the return of Bruno, which is Bruce Willis's album, if you remember that from the 80s, Bruno. Remember that? Return of Bruno? Yeah, I played you Bruce Willis songs. Remember?
Oh, yeah.
All right, so he mentioned Last Boy Scout, and he forgot. The correct answer is Bruno's album. So that's the best song ever in the world, actually, of all time, is Bruce Willis's. All right, next question is from Jason again. What do you think about Tony Scott and Last Boy Scout and True Romance? Those are good movies. That Last Boy Scout, I think, if I recall, has some mind control element to it, predictive programming. But it's been so many years since I watched that I don't recall. But do you recall Last Boy Scout?
No, but True Romance we watched.
Oh, that's a Tarantino movie. But no, we didn't watch it.
We did. Oh, yeah.
No. Let's see. Next question. Jim Smith. String theory, yes or no? Depends on how you cut the cheese. If you cut the cheese with a grater, no. If you pull it off with your fingers, it is stringy.
I don't know much about it. String theory. I would say yes.
Okay, that's our question. Do you know the Muffin Man? Yes, I know the Muffin Man, and he. I was trying to think of something funny, but I'm blank on that one.
Who are these questions coming from?
Fans.
Oh.
The millions of fans.
Uh-huh.
Do you know the Muffin Man?
I don't.
Okay. Next one. Shillery or the Trumpinator? Trumpinator.
Only because he's more entertaining.
He's a Harambe was going to be VP. Okay. Fabulous guy, wonderful.
But Hillary is now more of the physical comedian, where she keeps on falling over and making funny faces and having little seizures and definitely not reacting appropriately to things that are in the news.
The next question from Vishnu. I guess this is from the actual Hindu god. How many Jason Bournes are there? Well, that's a trick question. Do you mean the literal name Jason Bourne? There's probably 10,000 or 15,000 Jason Bournes. Do you mean how many MK Ultra assassins are there? I have no idea. Probably not very many. How many Jason Bourne movies are there? I think they're on the 5th.
Are they? I've only seen 3.
Okay. In your research, which nation will eventually be seen as dominating the 21st century? There won't be any nations dominating the 21st century because nation states, as we see in the movie Network with Howard Beale, being screamed at that you believe in nation states, and so we'll be in the national corporation dominance era where there aren't really nation states except as fronts. Next question. That was from Darren. If evil is characterized by selfish individualism, this is from Cyril, then how do evil oligarchs manage to work together? Wouldn't there be limitations on their power and purpose? I would say that you could look at, for example, the New Testament, where Herod and Pontius Pilate, both evil and presumably not the best of pals, we even read that in the Gospels, unite in their rejection of Jesus in the Gospels. So the means by which evil is unionized, the unions of evil, Satan has his workers' unions, it would be also seen the Tower of Babel incident. If you read Genesis 10, 11, and 12, evil is unified in its rebellion against God. So it's through Satan.
That's true. But I think they also only just work with each other when it benefits them. And a lot of times
Well, the world is united in rebellion against God.
That's true. But I thought you were talking about corporations and heads of state and things like that.
Well, he is talking about that, but I'm saying that they're under the influence of evil.
Oh,
sure. So that's how they're unified in Lucifer, even if they don't know that they serve Lucifer. Why am I not satisfied? This is from Matthew. Why am I not satisfied with the lack of dead communists under my porch? Well, that's because you have very high expectations. So how many dead communists under your porch will it take before you're happy? I don't know. That's a question that you have to look inside to answer. Next question from Mark. Yoga sees all reality as essentially immaterial in substance, while Orthodox and Eastern Christianity sees reality as composed of multiple essences, some immaterial and some material. True or false? That would be true. Would it make sense that the yogic rejection of the material world is derivative of their monistic scheme? Yes, while Orthodoxy's acceptance of the material world stems from a dualistic scheme. And that is from Mark. The reply is that no, dualism is not a feature of Eastern Christianity either. So neither monism nor dualism are proposed as dialectical tensions, and in fact, dialectics is rejected by Eastern philosophy, Eastern Orthodox philosophy. So no dualism. That's exactly why many of the philosophers of the Eastern tradition say that the Trinity, or the Triad, transcends dualism and duality. Next question. If you could, would you post a reading list of books that you recommend on geopolitics, secret societies, drug trafficking, international banking? That's really difficult. I know that a lot of people I get a lot of emails for book recommendations. The problem is that it's very difficult to narrow down a lot of books on all of these different topics to 5 or 10, because as soon as you pick 5, then there's one other one that should be the 6th. And then when you pick 10, there should be 11, and also the other authors that you know that might be your friends are like, hey, why didn't you include my book? You're supposed to be my friend and help me promote my stuff. So it gets really complicated and complex when you try to figure out which books you want to pick. And then sometimes there's an essay, a scholarly essay, that might not be easy to find that should be on the list. So it's a really difficult thing to pick a specific list of books. But I mean, if you want to do geopolitics, go for Tragedy and Hope. That's a key piece of text to read. If you want to do secret societies, Michael Hoffman's Secret Societies and Psychological Warfare, drug trafficking and the relationship with terror and intelligence agencies. You want to do Shadow Masters by Daniel Estelin. International banking cartels, probably Tragedy and Hope still would rank at the top of that one. But yeah, so that's not an easy one to do, but I am trying to work on that, and we'll try in some way in the future to get a kind of book list going. Jamie, do you have a book list recommendation? Of course, Jamie would recommend her books.
That's true, but not really on any of those subjects. That's not my
Well, yeah, but go ahead and promote your books.
Oh yeah, so I got Weird Stuff, Operation Culture Creation, Part 1 and 2, and Hollywood Mind Control. All very good books for introducing you to all ranges of topics, and maybe even some that you mentioned before.
Next question, Darren. Jay, have you ever had an experience that was a supernatural event or mystical that gave you confirmation that God and divine intelligence exists? Yes, I had a badass acid trip when I was 18 and saw what I believed to be a devil. And I thought that I died, and I don't think that it was just a figment of my imagination. I think that it was something spiritual, and I think that it was a dark thing, and that was a very dark time in my life with bad stuff going on at home and so forth. And so, yes, I would not consider that a total proof of why I would believe in God or the spiritual realm, but that was an important event that I do take to be, in a dark way, supernatural. So that's part of the reason I don't recommend hallucinogens as any kind of way to short path or quick way to enlightenment or anything like that.
Well, for me, I guess that depends on how you define supernatural or mystic, because I've definitely had instances in my life where miracles have happened, and I know that there's no way that could ever have come about if I didn't have angels or God or something else looking out for me. I've always been taken care of and rescued and carried through calamities by divine intervention, something I could never have planned, and I know that God exists.
Next question from Sarah. What is your take on Flatland by Edwin Abbott? Well, that is proof that we live on a flat earth. Not really, I'm joking. We live on a giant pizza crust, and the ice wall is like the crust of the pizza that surrounds the earth, the flat earth. No. Flatland is great because it shows us dimensions. It's basic geometry that shows the 1, 2, 3 dimensions, and then presumably the fourth dimension, which we call hypercube or tesseract, which I talk about quite a bit in different articles. So, yeah, that's a great Victorian era novel to read, Flatland. Next question. What is the amount of research you have done on the future view of humanity, a return to caves? I already live in a cave, so I choose to live in a cave so that I can more readily experience the reality of what it is to understand Plato. And so every morning when I get up and I walk outside my cave, I feel like I'm Socrates coming out into the light. And then I go back into the cave, and hopefully Jamie's hanging out in the cave, and I tell her about all of the great celestial luminaries outside, and that she should come and unchain herself from watching the old reruns of Cosby Show on the phantasms of the cave wall. Next question from Dean. Which big picture thinker are you most impressed with today? And part 2, who is your mentor intellectually? Big picture thinker. I guess I would probably pick somebody in geopolitics. I guess maybe Alexander Dugin is good for somebody who, there just aren't very many people out there today who combine philosophy and geopolitics and the esoteric and metaphysics and all of that into one thing, and that's what would be required for me to think somebody was interesting. And we live in an age when there's just not a lot of wisdom out there, so I guess for big picture geopolitical thinkers, probably Dugin would be one of the top ones. Who is your mentor intellectually? I don't think I have a single intellectual mentor. Obviously, over the years, a lot of different writers and thinkers and philosophers have influenced me, like St. Augustine, City of God, or Cornelius Van Til in Van Til's Apologetic, or Plato in his dialogues, or Aristotle's Metaphysics, or Moses in the Old Testament, the New Testament as well. Dr. Philip Sherrard definitely influenced me. St. Maximus the Confessor really influenced. Gregory Nitsa and his big long book against Eunomius is very influential to me. And maybe Edmund Husserl would be an influence as well for philosophy and math and refuting scientism. And I'm sure there's more. Dr. Joseph P. Farrell's big treatise, God, History, and Dialectic, is very important for the way I view things. And Jamie, what are your influences and mentors?
Well, it always changes from era to era in your life, and right now I'm reading Manly P. Hall's Adventures in Understanding and getting a lot out of that. But I guess my intellectual mentor would be the person that I am spending the most time with, and that's you. I learn a lot.
Oh, wow, that's sweet.
Yeah.
Well, I just cut and paste everything from Wikipedia, so your mentor is Wikipedia. Just kidding. What do you think of Miles Mathis? Some good articles, but he goes too far. That was from Pyrrhic. Some of it's just like way over the top. Michelle, what do you think of Stefan Molyneux? I did a whole 2-hour podcast on Stefan. I'm not a big fan. I think he's fundamentally contradictory, though he has insights at times. Is your uncle Ted Turner really promoting the Nazi metrosexual lifestyle? It's my granddad, Ted Turner, not my uncle, and yes. Next question. This is from Calvin. Have you reached a state where nothing has validity unless it is a cult? The cultists would have it so. I don't understand the question, and so I'm going to say yes. Why do I have 2 Austin Powers International Man of Mystery DVDs? That's from Lane. The answer is because that's the best movie from the 2000s, or is that from the 90s?
I think early 2000s. Okay. I like the Austin Powers with Beyonce myself.
I think that's the Austin Powers is the only movie that came out that year, so that's why you have 2 DVDs. I hate PayPal. Can I send a check? Yes, you can always send me checks. Let's see. J.F. Chiffont. Chiffont. Is J.F., do you pronounce that Jif, like peanut butter?
Yeah.
Jiffy Chiffont. Do you think it is the Black House of the Order at Yale that is supposedly plundering humanity, the 322? They are probably the house that you don't want to mess with. Yes, Skull and Bones is Lodge 322, and they have a lot of power in terms of the the Atlanticist Eastern Coast establishment. So they have a lot of power when it comes to drug networks, and that's the founders of CIA, the spooks. So yes, Lodge 322 is very powerful. You should do an analysis of Reefer Madness. That would be interesting. This is from Kelly. Yes, it would. And we just have to purchase a giant block of marijuana to smoke while we watch it so that we understand it.
I love the new musical Reefer Madness. I recommend it to everyone. If you get the DVD, it also has the old classic black and white version that it's based on, but the new musical is hilarious and you'll love it.
Zos.org. A cult government. The Nazis were a cult government. An occult government. Do we have one now? Bohemian Groove. Did Hillary sacrifice chickens to Moloch? Hillary is Moloch, and we should all sacrifice chickens to her as the incarnation of Moloch. And yes, we have an occult government.
Well, that comes up in voodoo, which we're going to be talking about.
Yeah. So, Zos. That's a great question. Dave, what research have you found that surprised you the most? Probably either chemtrails or AI or the immense level of coordination between the CIA government and Hollywood. What three areas surprised you the most?
Oh, man. Surprising is when I picked up a book by Kurt Barker, and it was all about his time as a little lady boy in the Illuminati, and he was raised in it, and it goes into cannibalism and all these crazy tales and trails of true goings on inside the dark Illuminati, and I was surprised by that.
And what book is that?
It's called Barker, like blood drinking, cannibalism, and the Illuminati. Just Google Chris Barker and it'll come up.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is from Dave. What is your favorite subject to research? Mine is metaphysics and theology.
My favorite subject? Oh, man. All of them.
All the subjects.
Yes.
Good answer. My favorite is all the subjects.
A favorite of mine, I guess, is like nature.
Okay.
Yeah.
Flat Earth or hollow Earth? Neither. Cube Earth. The Earth is a giant cube.
It's more like gobstopper.
Rubik's Cube Earth.
Yeah. It's like everlasting gobstopper.
Tetrahedron Earth. That was from Ish Garcia. Selena, ? Is her father an Illuminate connection? And I said, I'm not up on Selena. Jamie probably is.
I don't know.
Is Selena Illuminate?
They made a movie about her with Jennifer Lopez. She was assassinated pretty young.
No, Selena Gomez, not Selena, the
Selena
Mexican
Gomez.
singer.
Oh, I don't know about that either.
Okay, as a man that, this is from Darren again, as a man that appreciates many aspects of art, what are your three favorites? What are my three favorite aspects of art, or three favorite artists, or arts, or I would say form, order, and harmony and beauty. That's my favorite three things of art. Can be from literature to cinema to television. Well, it's not TV, I can tell you that. I like music, and I like film, and I like religious iconography.
My favorite kind of art is art made from trash. Anything that has been recycled and put to a better use, you know.
So you're like Nick from Family Ties.
I love anything like
Nick made all of his art from trash.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've But you can create beautiful things out of things that people throw away, and you might think it's disposable, but anything can be used for art if you have an imagination. I've seen walls covered with colorful bottle caps that made a pattern in a rainbow in it.
Well, you should submit your ideas to Dave Rockefeller. He would love it. He would think you're so green and eco-friendly. To what extent is game theory driving the seemingly insane U.S. policy? A very large extent, and I have several articles that discuss game theory and mathematics and rational choice theory, and you can find all those at Jay's Analysis, and that's all out of the RAND Corporation. Let's see. What would be the orthodox concept of what would the orthodox concept of symphonia look like in the U.S.? It would not look like anything because it would not work. That was from David. The U.S. Structure of government, I don't think, is at all blendable or workable with classical Orthodox tradition, because the America is built on the Enlightenment, which is fundamentally opposed to all the Orthodox ideas of church and state. I would like to see you do an analysis of flat Earth. Probably not. Boring and dumb. Let's see. That was from Kelly. What do you think of electric universe theory, Jason? I think it has a lot of really interesting ideas and probably is in the right direction, much better than atomistic materialism from Newton. Let's see, is that all in this section? Theology, East and West. Well, that is very broad. I vote East. Did Hillary Shitton create ISIS? From our old friend Lloyd Johnsonius. In a sense, she did. She was involved as head of the State Department in recrafting and rebranding Al-Qaeda into ISIS, but of course Al-Qaeda goes back much further to 1978 and 79 was Zbigniew Brzezinski and Jimmy Carter. Next question. Michael, do an analysis of Burning Man. It seems to be a cult. Well, it is. Quite blatantly so.
Yeah, we'll be coming out with analysis of Wicker Man soon, a little shorty.
Mm-hmm. I will be a little shorty.
Yeah, shorty analysis.
I will be playing the role of Nick Cage, burning up with rage, cage rage.
Very good.
Is physical money? This is Stefan, not Stefan for Saying Out Live, and not Stefan Molyneux. Is physical cash money disappearing? Yes, it is. What is the purpose? The purpose is to convert everybody over to electronic currency so that they can be controlled and tracked and traced in even greater measure. What is the origin of the human race? Genesis and creation. That is from Gustavo. And I believe that Genesis is accurately describing the creation of man through God. And I have a lot of arguments and articles that refute and argue against Darwinism. Let's see. Yes. Stefan said, will you include my question? Yes, I did include your question. Next, we move over to all of the Twitter questions. And the first one is from Travis. Can a non-Christian conspiracy flagger have a solution to all these overarching issues, or just point them out? I would generally tend to say just point them out, because they're not going to give much of a worldview that can really explain the totality of the problem. Next question is from Martin. Can mysticism successfully oppose technology? Good question. Yeah, in a sense, because ultimately technology is still dealing with the realm of the material and the virtual and the phantasmical. I'm making up new words here. And the human soul will never be satiated with phantasms and material forms. It's always going to require and seek something more. And so I would say, depending on what you mean by mysticism, yes, techno-nihilism, or tech-nihilism as I call it, will not ultimately satisfy man's heart. Do you have a question? Will mysticism beat technologism?
Mind over matter, I guess.
This is from Hugh. Is Putin a player or being played in the East-West dialectic? I would say that it looks to me like a lot of Putin's actions show that he really is opposing the Western oligarchs, and I think that's beneficial to him and the Russian people. But I also agree that Dugin's analysis of what's going on makes a lot of sense too, that you pretty much have amongst the political and moneyed elite in Russia, a pro-Atlanticist faction that has a lot of power and weight and influence tied into the Fortune 500 and the Western establishment. And so they are, of course, constantly trying to engineer Russia into the New World Order. But you have a large number of people in Russia that are anti-New World Order, and that's the crucial key here, not so much one figure, Putin or whoever. Let's see. Next question. Scrolling through. What was the first album that you ever bought? The first album I bought was, somebody gave me Bismarcky tape that had Pickin' Boogers on it. And he said he put a booger on the basketball and passed it to who? And the first album I bought, I think, was a CD of 90s rap hits with PM Dawn on it. That was from Media Monarchy, our friend James Evan Pilato. Jamie, what was the first album you bought?
Probably as a child, I bought these tapes called Patch the Pirate that had Christian songs and stories on them. The first secular album I was ever allowed to buy was Paula Abdul, Spellbound, which is pretty dark if you think about it, but after that it was all Mariah Carey and Whitney Houston and all the pop divas of the 90s. That was what I grew up with.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's a few more. I think I've scrolled past some of these because it's hard to keep up with. Twitter is such a constant feed of replies and gobbledygook that I can't really keep up with all of these. But I think we've answered most people's questions, hopefully to the enjoyment of their funny bones. Let's see what's up next. We're going to begin our discussion of Hollywood voodoo or Hollywood hoodoo. And Jamie did a lot of research on this, so I think it's going to be fun. I did a little bit of analysis myself, and we're going to talk about these movies. And Jamie's chosen first this crazy film, The Believers, which actually does kind of show quite a bit about elite interest and fascination in the occult.
Mm-hmm. And specifically in Santeria. So, yeah, The Believers, not to be confused with The Beliebers, Justin Bieber's fan club.
Mm-hmm. No, not to be confused with that.
But The Believers is a 1987 movie, really good era for making movies. It looks really crisp, and I think they did a really good job in making a horror movie out of this one and portraying Santeria in a positive and negative way. So this film was based on the 1982 book called The Religion by Nicholas Conde, and the movie opens with an African voodoo ceremony where they are doing a child sacrifice.
Yeah, I remember that. That was pretty crazy to see that right away at the beginning of the film. You're like, whoa, dude.
Yeah. And so cut away to the next scene, you're in your typical suburban household, and this is the wackiest Final Destination type death of the mother in a movie I've seen, where she's making a pot of coffee and Martin Sheen, the husband, spills some milk on the floor, and the coffee pot is malfunctioning, and she touches it while standing barefoot in the milk and gets electrocuted right in front of her kid at the breakfast table. So first you have a child sacrifice and then the death of the mother.
And you have a Rube Goldberg machine of spiritual death set into motion. Exactly.
And so this is something I always point out because I see it all the time, and I really think it's part of a bigger spiritual issue in popular culture and in the world. And if you want to know more about that, I have a whole chapter on that topic in Culture Creation Part 2.
Okay.
Yep. So then after this traumatic death, Martin Sheen is playing a psychologist, and following the death, of his wife, he moves to New York City and takes on a job as a therapist for the New York City Police Department, right? And one of his patients is an officer who has been working undercover,
right,
infiltrating a cult, and now lives in fear of black magic. And Martin Sheen's trying to tell him it's all in his mind.
Yeah, they were working with a community, like kids.
Yeah,
kids
we'll
stuff,
get to
right?
that.
Okay.
Yeah, because not even all the intense stares of Martin Sheen can keep him safe from Santeria. And so one day he's out playing with his son in Central Park, and they stumble on the site of a ritual sacrifice of some animals, including a little cat. And so in preparation for the show, I read a book called The Santeria Experience. And in it, the author tells a story about something similar that happened in 1980 in New York City. And it was a true story. It was in the news and everything, where the ASPCA raided an apartment in New York City where a ritual sacrifice was taking place and confiscated a bunch of chickens and goats and hamsters. So this was kind of out in the public right before this guy writes the book called The Religion, and then it's in the Believers movie. So this also was kind of loosely linked to another story where an actual young boy was found hanging upside down from a tree in the park in New York City.
Oh, wow.
And then 2 other bodies were found in the same area that all had the signs of ritualistic murder, and that is the cases that he's following throughout the movie.
And what era is this? What time period?
1980s.
Okay.
And so Martin Sheen is kind of adopted by the cops and to follow these crime scenes where they keep finding these bodies. You remember one in the docks and one in the park, and so this is following true stories. Now, I'm not saying that this is Santeria per se, but that's the way they're portraying it. I don't think anybody who's a Santero would condone human sacrifice. That's not really what they're about, to be fair.
Maybe you could give us just a brief little breakdown at the beginning for people listening. That what's the difference between voodoo and Santeria?
Okay, yeah, that's all in my notes as we progress through the movies.
Okay.
So, but basically, it just depends on what African tribe it originated from.
Right.
And where they migrated to, and how that mixed with the local culture, mixed with Catholicism, and then you get these different branches of Santeria, voodoo, Obeah, hoodoo, and the like.
Okay.
So, in the scene where they find the cat in the park, the little boy also finds a carved cowrie shell at the site and keeps it. And this is his little, he calls it his wishing shell. Now, the cowrie shells in the Santeria is like one of the most important divination systems.
Now, why is it a shell? Does it matter? Is there a reason for that?
They use the shell because most of them were coastal and island places where they use shells for different things.
No, Afro-Caribbean
Yep.
stuff. Right.
And so when a Santero is initiated into the religion, he gets 18 shells for every Orisha, which are the spirits of Santeria. And they're also identified with the saints of the Catholic Church. And these little white shells, you know, they make necklaces out of them sometimes, but they have a ridge of tiny teeth, and that looks like a little mouth. And so in magic, if something looks like another thing, it has the powers of that thing, so they speak because they have a little mouth.
It's called the doctrine of correspondence. Right.
And so the spirits speak through the pattern when the shells are cast. And
so divination.
And so this is like practice in Santeria, but it also has things in common with I Ching and also computers, because it's a binary type of thing.
Oh, right. Yeah.
And in one form, there's a series of circles and lines that form patterns and that are interpreted by Yoruba, so that's the African tribe that Santeria incorporates, or it comes from. And they're interpreted by Yoruba parables, so they use this binary system many centuries before computers were ever even thought of.
Okay.
So it's definitely a well thought out and has some type of power behind it, right? So then, back in the movie, the next crime scene they come across is an actual child sacrifice.
I remember that.
In the theater,
right.
Nonetheless, right? And so, you know, although human sacrifice is not really part of voodoo or Santeria, it would kind of be naive to think that it doesn't happen ever anywhere, because that is a powerful black magic way of getting things that you want.
Right.
Right? And especially when you're talking about high-ranking, powerful people, which is this movie is about.
Exactly. Yeah, the moneyed elite. Now, what's the number one message from this? Don't stand in milk and touch a coffee pot at the same time. If you watch this movie.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So, a while ago when I was researching voodoo for weird stuff, I read a book called Blood Secrets by Isaiah Oki, where he remembers his upbringing as a grandson and a successor of an important Baba Orisha, they call him, and high priest in West Africa, and he claims that there are ceremonies for the public that are benign and things that they're used to, and then there are different ones that higher initiates
so
do in secret.
Exoteric and an esoteric.
Exactly, and so the higher up in, the ladder you get, the tighter knit the circle you get, and that's where you get the more things like human sacrifice, right?
I would say so.
Yeah. So the thing I found interesting about that book, Blood Secrets, was that the trials he had to go through during his initiation as a child mirror classic trauma-based mind control techniques.
Right.
Such as sleep and food deprivation and isolation and physical abuse.
Yeah, mind control, kind of like what we see in the military.
To bring them to a mystic state where they can channel the gods and have different personalities. And
an altered state of consciousness.
Exactly.
Right,
yeah.
based on physical trauma.
So throughout the movie, the little boy is carrying some kind of Native American doll that looks like a Hopi Kachina doll. And when they're looking at slides at Grandma and Grandpa's house, they mention the times they went to visit reservations. So here's a foreshadowing that the grandparents are not all what they seem either. So this is kind of a generational thing.
Secret identities, right?
Yeah, and generational witchcraft.
Right.
Right. So in the movie, Sheen hires this housekeeper nanny who also practices Santeria, and she casts a love spell on him so he falls for his landlady. You remember that?
Now, yes, I do, but I also remember that Jimmy Smits gets the shits.
He gets snakes in his belly. Yeah.
Basically, what we can derive from this is that if you get an upset tummy, it's because somebody put a voodoo curse on you.
And so Jimmy Smits is like holding his stomach in this one scene, and he's saying this word brujeria over and over again, right? Brujeria, brujeria. And he's like, they took my badge and now they have my shield and they have something that is attached to me. And in magic, if you have something that is attached to somebody, you can affect them through this object, right? And so they're trying in the movie to make a distinction about the brujeria and white, innocent, more innocent Santeria, which the landlady personifies. And so the housekeeper's using this good Santeria, and she senses that the boy is in some need of some spiritual protection, and she starts to incorporate some of the paraphernalia into his room.
Yeah, I remember that, and this makes Martin Sheen mad.
Right. And so there's a scene where Sheen and his girlfriend go to this elite party, and there's like law enforcement there and government and politicians. And there's
the upper crust who are all seeking to be possessed in this ceremony.
And the entertainment of the evening was the ever creepy Palo character, that dark guy with the blue eyes. Remember, that came from Africa?
Yeah.
Yeah. He did a really good job being creepy, by the way. But Palo is actually the name of another religion of its own that comes from the Congo. So they're kind of throwing all these little other things in there. And it actually specializes in the worship of the dead. So to be cut in Palo is where the initiate receives certain ritual cuts with a knife on parts of his body.
Yikes.
Yeah. So this Palo character does a ceremony at the gala and is mounted by the spirits. You remember that? And he tries to put a spell on Sheen's girlfriend.
Right.
And his possession is facilitated by the drum beats, which are staple in conjuring the gods in both Santeria and voodoo.
Right. So again, part of the putting you in an altered state of consciousness by which you're opening yourself up to influences.
And each spirit has a specific beat that is played to call them to Earth to possess someone.
Interesting.
Yeah. And then in Santeria, the spirits are called Orishas. And the author of the that book, The Santeria Experience, she kind of likens them to Carl Jung's archetypes.
Right, which makes sense.
Yeah. And it could be that the Orishas are points of contact, she says, that are established within the collective unconscious, and these are separate supernatural entities and are also personifications of forces in nature. So
yes,
it's
I knew
not
that,
just
right.
hocus pocus, right? There's something going on here that
Elemental
is real.
spirits.
Yeah. And so just like they're identified with the saints, they also represent things like the sea, the rivers, fire, the forest, and things like that.
And don't forget, now isn't the eldest son, they want to kill him by the father for the power that they think will be released on the solstice. Now this is a biblical idea. This comes up in either Chronicles or Kings, where one of the pagan kings sacrifices his firstborn so that his army will have, he believes, special powers.
Right. And so the final act of the movie, we find Sheen discovering that he's caught up in an elaborate plot to sacrifice his own son.
Right.
To seduce secure his place in the New York elite, and that was actually his in-laws at the beginning who sacrificed their son, would be his brother-in-law.
So to join the cabal, you got to be willing to
sacrifice your
get rid of your
firstborn. Right. Yeah. And so, I guess we could. Well, in the movie, they tell him that the God who gives money and power requires one life from each of us. And that made me think of all the deaths that occur around pop stars at the time they make it big.
Could be, yeah.
Yeah. So we were talking about the gay mafia and hip hop, but there's also another side of that. It seems like each of them needs to give someone over, a friend or a family member, because it's just too many to be coincidence.
Right, and another, for those that might be skeptical of the mystical side of this, there's also a pragmatic aspect to this, which, just like the surveillance that might occur at parties involving underage people in sex stuff or prostitution, being surveilled for people up and coming politicians or whatever. Murder could also be blackmail. So in other words, the establishment can use these things as blackmail, regardless of whether the magical aspect of it is real or not. If the person engaging in the actions believes in it, it becomes blackmail for them, potential.
So I wanted to talk just a little bit more about believers, and there's a scene where Sheen comes home and he finds his maid trying to do a cleansing protection ritual on his son, and he can't escape all of this Santeria. And there's a little gray head that he breaks out of anger, and this is also the little head that's on the cover of the Santeria book that I read. And his name is Elegua, and he is the guardian of the crossroads, and which would be Papa Legba in Voodoo, which I talk a lot about also in Weird Stuff too.
Right.
And I can see why the nanny would be so upset for him to break it. She acts like he killed a family member, because that's how they view these things, right? And there's an incredible amount of detail that goes into making one of these, and I just wanted to share it with you because it's so bizarre. But in the book, the Santeria Experience, it says, typically the head is made by mixing together a handful of earth from 7 different places, from near a church, a major thoroughfare, a jail, a city hall, a hospital, the crossing of 4 roads, and a bakery. To this earth are added 3 of the herbs of the 7 pieces of tree branches that belong to Elegua, and to the mixture is added more rocks and the head of a turtle and some special powder and 29 coins of various denominations obtained from 7 different stores. So there is so much going into making just this little head, which they view as the god incarnate right there in their home, and they offer it candies and candles and even blood. So there's a scene in The Believers where he goes to this one Santero for protection, and they go down in the basement where he has the ritual with the head, and he has to slay a rooster and, you know, put the blood all over himself, and it gets on his girlfriend. You remember that in The Believers? Right. Yeah, so in Santeria and voodoo, the killing of animals is a staple and common practice.
Right.
That's not Hollywood made up. And the power, they say the power of the Orishas is called the Ashe and is granted by giving them energy in the form of thought and offering of energy in the form of liquor, food, money, candles, and blood.
Wow.
And so they say that they absorb the energy of the offerings and use it to create anew. And of all the offerings, the blood is the most potent. So to be fair, most of the animals killed in Santeria are also eaten by them.
Right.
Unless they have used it to cleanse you or take a negative spirit away from you, then they would bury it in the forest. Right?
In my version of voodoo, we have Papa Legume, and he's a bean.
A beanhead.
Right, and but he represents not little gray heads, but toes.
Yum.
So we paint the little legumes up to be toes, and we paint little toenails on them, and then we place them at all doorways because toes naturally come through doorways.
Oh, good point.
And so if someone evil comes through, all their toes disappear.
See, I learned so much from you.
Papa Legume.
But yeah, so I didn't know that they were cooking and eating these animals, but so the author of this book is saying that they have done this for thousands of years, and even the Jehovah in the Old Testament required this type of blood sacrifice by animals. And of course, when Jesus died on the cross, he was the perfect sacrifice, so that's why we don't have to do that anymore. But Aleister Crowley talks about blood sacrifice and even human sacrifice in magic and theory and practice. So
the idea being the transference of the energy, the life force, right?
Exactly. And so the end of the movie is really good because he thinks it's all over, and he's rescued his son from the evil cabal of the New York City elite when they tried to sacrifice him, and he moves out to the country with his new wife, and she's pregnant, and they're having a happy time. And all of a sudden he goes into the barn and he finds this giant elaborate offering ritual to the gods of Santeria, and his wife walks in and say, now we'll be protected. So there's no way out for Martin Sheen and the Believers.
Yeah, interesting because
she's now a believer.
Right. The film was made by John Schlesinger, who also did Midnight Cowboy, which is interesting. And if we look at the comments and articles that were written on the movie at the time, it was influenced by the satanic panic of the 80s, which is interesting, and it was also drew from films like Roman Polanski's Rosemary's Baby, and it would influence The Serpent and the Rainbow, which we're going to do here in a minute.
Exactly.
So a lot of you don't have a whole lot of options. I actually thought there would be a lot more voodoo movies when we were thinking about doing an episode on this. And then you go and look, there's actually not that many voodoo movies. There's not very many. Now, I mean, there's probably like a bunch of really, really crappy ones that you could find from the 70s.
There's a lot of B voodoo movies.
Right, but big screen, theater release voodoo movies, you've only got like a handful. So I think we're covering all the major ones here. Yeah. The film was, I don't know the production cost, so it's hard to say if it was a financial success, but it did bring in about $18 or $19 million, which is not too great in the 80s, but probably not a failure, so it probably did okay. But yeah, that's interesting. But so the true believer is then really the fundamentalist of any religious movement, and in the film's narrative, this is what gives it the power. So they're, I guess, finally convinced at the end of the film that it's real, right?
Yeah, she's been made a believer, and now he is too. But yeah, all in all, I think it's a really good commentary on the social structure of the power class, and I'll give it 5 headless roosters.
I give it 5 Papa Legume beans that represent toast. Don't forget too that the youth group that they're working with, that they're getting the people to sacrifice, they're saying that they're drug addicts and overdosing when they're sacrificing them.
Exactly, and one of the power players in New York in the movie had to sacrifice his son and make it look like a drug overdose.
Right, but it calls to mind things like Dave McGowan's book Program to Kill, which deals with ritual murder, and it brings to mind the Franklin cover-up where they were getting children from Boys Town.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the next film we're going to do?
Serpent in the Rainbow by Wes Craven.
And what year is this?
This is 80s also.
Okay. We'll look and see exactly. I think I've got it here. Serpent in the Rainbow was 1988.
Yeah.
Wes Craven, the master of yuck movie, Gross Out.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see.
So this one is cool because it's about classic Haitian voodoo, which is a little different than Santeria, but all these religions have commonalities. And
the old-time religion.
Mm-hmm. And they also have things in common with Kabbalah,
mm-hmm.
and Buddhism, and Masonry, and Gnosticism.
Mm-hmm. Naturally.
And one of these things they have in common is that the creator god in Santeria is called Olorun Olofi, and in Voodoo he's called Bondi, and since this god is unreachable, the people who practice Voodoo pray to him, to his emissaries,
mm-hmm.
Called the Loa. And so in Santeria it's Orisha, and in Voodoo, Haitian Voodoo, they're called Loa.
Okay.
And some celebrities who have been rumored to practice voodoo and Santeria are J-Lo.
Mm-hmm.
And
I mentioned that in my analysis of The Cell.
Uh-huh. And the Obamas, actually his mother-in-law.
Right, I remember that.
Yeah, embarrassing Obama by doing Santeria in the White House. So if you thought you had an
weird
embarrassing
relatives.
mother-in-law, just feel bad for Obama. And then I listened to Beyonce's new album called Lemonade, and she talks about trying to change fasting for 60 days, wearing all white, and abstaining from mirrors and sex, which are all elements of Santeria and Voodoo initiation.
Oh, so Beyonce is onto the voodoo.
Mm-hmm. Which brings us to rock and roll because...
Badonk says.
Badonk-a-donk. It brings us to rock and roll because probably the most famous story that has voodoo elements is the story of Robert Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
When he went to the crossroads to sell his soul for talent, ever since people who play rock and roll have felt like...
But that's before he learned karate from Mr. Miyagi, right?
Right. Are you thinking of...
It's Ralph Macchio that plays Robert Johnson in the movie.
Oh, okay.
And then he goes to learn karate because the devil screwed him over.
I never seen that movie.
You've never seen Karate Kid?
No, the one he plays Robert Johnson.
That was like Ralph Macchio's first movie.
Oh. But, yeah, anyway, the people who play rock and roll are always claiming that they are possessed by another spirit. And one of the first scenes in Serpent in the Rainbow, which I thought that title was interesting because the serpent represents Earth in Voodoo, and the rainbow is heaven, and then zombies, which this movie is all about,
mm-hmm.
are trapped in between.
And a lot of people don't know that zombies comes out of Voodoo.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the first scenes, you have Baron Samedi in it, and he's carrying a flaming coffin through the streets of Haiti.
Mm-hmm.
And an interesting attribute of him is that he's supposed to be Grandmaster of Freemasonry among the dead. If you look at his sigil, or veve, which they call it, there are two little compass and squares on it.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. By the way, that was a joke. Ralph Macchio can't play Robert Johnson because he's not a black guy. But in the movie Crossroads, Ralph Macchio, I guess, gets possessed by, or he's obsessed with Robert Johnson.
Well, we should watch that one because Britney Spears also has a movie called Crossroads. The little head we were talking about before,
mm-hmm.
Elegua is also Papa Legba, who's the god of the crossroads, who is also would be like Mercury because he's the messenger of the gods and the opener of all the portals.
Right.
So Serpent in the Rainbow is fun because we get to talk about one of pop culture's favorite topics, which is zombies.
Everywhere.
Yes. And I especially like this one because it draws some parallels between voodoo and the pharmaceutical industry. And now I wish...
This is that movie, Night of the Walking Dead?
No, Serpent in the Rainbow.
I'm making a joke.
Oh.
There's no movie, Night of the Walking Dead.
Okay. I wish there were better pictures.
28 zombies?
Mm-hmm.
In that one?
That's not a movie.
28 zombies later. And then 280 zombies later. And then 28,000 zombies later.
That's 20,000 zombies under the sea.
Okay, 20,000 zombies. What's that one with Brad Pitt? The zombie movie?
Oh, the one with the big wall? World War Z.
World War Zombie, not Z. It's World War Zombie.
It was a zombie jamboree.
Okay. Good song. Keep going.
But it's funny because I wish there were better pictures of this. But one time we were in New York City and the film festival we happened to be at was located right next door to the Pfizer pharmaceutical building. And in the lobby there are giant mosaics of all things magical and esoteric. So if anyone lives in New York City, that would be a fun thing to do, is go get some pictures and post them on Jay's Facebook to see what I'm talking about, because they're really bizarre and just as good as a Denver International Airport or something, if they'll let you take pictures of it.
Don't tell them to post them on Facebook. Now I'm going to get zombies with big dicks hanging out.
No, we were talking about
I'll have zombies with tits having sex.
The Pfizer building in New York.
I'm just kidding.
But Serpent in the Rainbow starts with Bill Pullman down in the Amazon looking for drugs he can take back to the U.S.
Right, I remember that, yeah.
And he gets this drink from a shaman, and he's like, thank you very much, but the shaman is like, no, you have to drink some now. So he kind of has an ayahuasca trip where he meets his spirit animal, the jaguar.
I remember that, yeah.
But...
What's your spirit animal?
Probably a hummingbird.
Mine's an earthworm.
I think you're...
I'm joking.
A blue whale. Yeah. But, it's interesting because as he's being pulled into the underworld on this ayahuasca trip by the villain named Pedro, it looks very much like Alice in Wonderland tumbling through the earth. And he also has a premonition of this scary guy. He did just as good as the scary voodoo guy as in The Believers, I think. The guy that played Pedro, right? And when Bill Pullman gets home, he's hired to go to Haiti to investigate a drug used to create zombies, so he can bring it back and they can use it for mass production as a type of super anesthetic.
Yeah. So literally we're getting from this movie that the big pharmaceutical companies are literally making everybody into zombies, which is what I always point out in Brave New World.
Right. And this movie is also based on a book, and the author, Wade Davis, is an explorer in residence for National Geographic. And this is a genre of nonfiction, so it'd be fun to read the book and watch the movie and see what's real and what's not. But anyways, he said that, he gets paid to go to these exotic places and bring back drugs so they can use them on the population, right? And create zombies. And it's funny because...
Well, that's where MK Ultra comes from, with Gordon Wasson and these different banking executives who got the idea to go down to south of the border and find all the Mayan Aztec secrets about how you become a priest and torture your people with hallucinogenic drugs.
And I thought it was funny that the company in the movie called BioCorp wanted to call the drug Zombinol, because I have a fake ad in my first book about antidepressants and pharmaceuticals called Zombitol.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
I called it that because I think that those drugs together with like birth control pills and things are what's contributing to the zombification of people in real life.
And the diet.
All of it. It's all of it. And the Wi-Fi and everything. But at the same time, in the movie, there's a revolution of the overthrowing of the president of Haiti, Jean-Claude Duvalier, who was nicknamed Baby Doc,
the son of Papa Doc.
Right, who was living the lifestyles of the rich and famous while the country was one of the poorest. And if you look him up on Wikipedia, his religion is voodoo.
Yeah, it's a not a secular state. It's a theocracy under the devil. And if you look at Papa Doc, you can find pictures of him with, I believe, Nelson Rockefeller hanging out.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I thought it was interesting that the two drugs that they're talking about in this movie, one's called tetrodotoxin, which this comes up in another movie, Captain America: Winter Soldier, where Samuel L. Jackson uses it to fake his death.
Interesting.
The little thing, it says tetrodotoxin B on it.
Right, go ahead.
And scopolamine. Oh, yeah.
I was showing the picture here with Papa Doc Duvalier and Nelson Rockefeller.
So when Bill Pullman gets to Haiti, he meets up with the Dr. Marielle, and they go looking for this zombie named Christophe.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a scene where they go to a dance ceremony, a party thing, a zombie jamboree, and all the people who are possessed are eating glass and stabbing themselves and stuff, and they ask the lady doctor if she was going to dance that night, and she says no, but when she tries to walk away, someone blows some powder in her face. And then she joins the dance. So this could be the scopolamine drug, right? Something that makes you really suggestible to things.
Right.
So this is the part that is one of the main purposes of voodoo and Santeria, is to actually become possessed by the Loa, or spirit. And the host person, they say, is mounted by the god, literally like a horse is mounted and controlled by a human.
Mm-hmm.
And in this case, she was channeling Erzuli, the goddess of love, and who they identify in the movie with the Virgin Mary.
Mm.
And then what else? This is what I actually think is happening when a musician says he's taken over by another spirit. And how many pop stars have said that? John Lennon, Eric Clapton, Santana said he channeled Metatron. Yeah. Beyonce says that she's taken over. And
Brian Wilson, Beach Boys.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I meant to mention too that it reminds me that the reason that Nelson Rockefeller is down there meeting with Papa Doc Duvalier in real life is because Nelson was kind of the head of the CIA's PSYOPs in Latin America.
Yeah.
So anyway, proceed.
Well, this just made me think of Eminem too, who says he's possessed by a spirit called Rain Man, who in Santeria would be Chango. Well, actually, it would be Chango and Yamaya, the sea goddess, together, because he brings the thunder.
Chango and Cash?
Yeah. He brings the thunder and lightning, and she brings the rain. And this also parallels
Here comes the rain again.
Baal or Marduk and Ishtar. So it goes way back to the beginning of...
Yeah, we see these patterns and archetypes that continue.
And the storm god is always worshipped with blood sacrifice, and especially child sacrifice if you fail, right? Fall. And then this connection between voodoo and rock music is pretty solid because it's, again, the drum beats that call down the gods.
Right. Yeah, you want to receive your telluric influence from the celestial realms of the entities.
So Bill Pullman and the lady doctor meet up with a local witch doctor named Mozart, which I thought was interesting because classical music is much different.
It is
vibrationally and spiritually than...
It is, but Mozart was a high-level Mason.
That's true, too.
Magic flute.
Yeah, very esoteric. Mozart, this witch doctor, is helping Pullman make the zombie potion, but not before he's captured by Petro and gets a nail through his balls. Remember that scene?
I do.
Wes Craven is really good at making you cringe and with the yuck movies, right?
He's a yuck man. Yuck, yuck.
So, but this doesn't even discourage him. So he goes out to the wilderness to learn how to make this zombie potion with Mozart. And before he can escape with the potion, he wakes up with this headless lady in his bed, just like the Godfather with the horse. Yeah. And he's put back on a plane at gunpoint to go home, but not before Mozart slips him the zombie potion he can take home to Biocorp with him.
Right.
And back home, he's still haunted by the witch doctor, Petro, who takes over this lady at a dinner party and tries to attack Bill Pullman. Right?
Yeah.
And so what does he do? He freaking goes back to Haiti. I don't know why, but he feels like he has to...
Ballsy Bill.
Yeah. Settle this thing. And so when he gets there, he's sprayed with a zombie powder himself and is buried alive, and it's a very scary scene with lots of blood and...
Well, my understanding was that I watched a documentary on zombies and the idea and different voodoo of where it comes from, and what they do is it's basically a mind control technique that the shaman or whoever, Vodun, leads people through. And so they give them the toxin, and that puts them into a catatonic or altered consciousness state. They bury the person and then allow them to come out, and the person has gone through this process that makes them think that they're kind of like dead now, that they're under the power of the Vodun.
Right.
So that's why you see in the poster of the film, you see Bill Pullman in the casket.
Good point. Yeah, and so the climax of this movie is pretty silly, creepy, and very classic Wes Craven again, where he has to defeat the Bokor Petro, and with the help of his animal totem, the jaguar. You remember that?
The spirit animal.
Yeah. And free the souls that Petro has enslaved in jars that he commands from the other side.
My spirit animal is an eagle because of America.
Yeah. I'm half sloth, half hummingbird.
A slothing bird.
Yeah.
A hoff.
Yep. And the freed souls come back and drag him to hell where he belongs. And then at the end of the movie, they're celebrating the overthrow of baby Dr. Valier.
Who, of course, would presumably be a CIA puppet, given the fact that Nelson Rockefeller is there with his daddy as a CIA agent. So that concludes the next film, Serpent and the Rainbow. One question, why do you think the title of the movie is Serpent and Rainbow? That is interesting because that Luciferian kind of Blavatsky imagery of the seven rays of the serpent.
Exactly. Well, the rainbow has a lot of esoteric meaning, but just strictly in voodoo, in that religion, the rainbow is heaven and the earth, or the serpent is the earth. And
makes perfect sense, yeah.
The zombies are in between.
Lucifer, or the Satan being the spirit of the earth, yeah, because he's fallen. Also the spirit of the air. But so you've been listening to Jay's Analysis, Esoteric Hollywood, as we break down several of the top Hollywood voodoo movies. And if you want to hear part 2 of this, be sure and subscribe at jaysanalysis.com for $4.95 a month or for $60 a year, where you can hit.
You were listening to DyerRadio on the Jay Dyer Today Show. Thanks for tuning in. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more Jay Dyer Today.
Reagan era. Wall Street, the bulls and bears, making moves, buying and selling. Spread the word, civic, nationalism. America to the ends of the globe. America to the black hole. Americanism. Boomer worldview. Boom, boom. Boomer worldview. Retired to Florida. Buy a van. Key Largo, Montego. The Beach Boys, Mar-a-Lago. 401k. Reagan era America. Boomertown. Boomertown. Turn the time. Turn the top. Turn the hands of time on the doomsday clock. Back a notch. Don't blow us all up, Gorbachev. You like a Gorbachev. You like a skanky child from the UK. Gorbachev. Fucking Cold War, baby. Who won? Bitch. Soviets. Walls coming down. Van Halen. Ford Motor Plant. Pornography. To the edges of the globe. Pornography. Don't you know? Freedom and liberty to the ends of the globe, like a unicorn inside your soul. It's a boomer song from the heart of the boomer, baby. To you, America. The 60s, 70s, and 80s, America, baby. Turn back the hands of time on that doomsday clock. Put me in that ring with Gorbachev. Fucking child. We're gonna put a subway in Iraq one day.
Cooper came back to me. Cooper came back to me. I cried out for you and you came back to me. 'Cause our love is really true. You and me, but you and me. No more dividing. We're all one together. Cooper came back to me. Cooper came back to me. I cried out for you and you came back to me. 'Cause our love is spiritual. You and me pursuing me. There's no more divisions. We're all one together. Cooper came back to me. Now I'm back in my home playing video games. Cooper came back to me. Cooper came back to me. Now I'm back in my home playing video games. Cooper came back to me.
Dyerwave.
3.
Our anthropology is not derived by human psychology or, empirical data from MIT or something like this. It's derived from the revealed aspect of what we see in Christology. And so there's no real way to diagnose man's problem and to understand man and man's anthropology, as I said, without the right theology. We are the image of God. Dyerwave.
3.
Dyerwave
3.
Architecture reflects the soul, the spirit of the people. And so therefore you can see the degeneracy, you can see the degradation, and the loss of aesthetics, the loss of the idea of there being harmony, order, symmetry in aesthetics connected with the loss of a coherent worldview and philosophy.
Dyerwave
3.
Dyerwave 3. Dyerwave 3.
Science comes out of medieval universities, which may be totally lost on modern people, but no, actually modern science comes out of universities. Guess where universities come from? Byzantium. What is the theology of Byzantium? Orthodoxy. The longest running empire, the most successful economic empire in the history of the world was Orthodox. It was Byzantium. So we give universities, we give civilization, all these things come from the treasures of Orthodoxy. So I would say that we can prove that our morals, our theology is from God. I'm not saying this just because of history it proves it. I was just rebutting certain points that he made about history. We've actually built civilization. Canon law is very important in the history of law. History of law theory. Universities come from Orthodoxy. So when we reject dialectics and dialectical tensions and the presuppositions of dialectics, which are the very root of all Gnostic systems, are all built on dialectical tensions and the assumptions of dialectics, all the way back to Plato. When we reject that, what we're left with is a unique revealed anthropology and a unique metaphysics, a unique worldview, a unique ethic that is not just in theory, it's actually been proved and stamped into history in the longest empire in the world.
Dyerwave
3.
We've learned so much. If you've been on the Jay's Analysis ride, a lot of you guys are new. I understand. That's cool. Glad to have you here. But some of you have been with me for the long haul. In fact, there are some who've been with Jay's Analysis for 10 years, reading it back in the day. And we've come a long way. We've come a long way.
Welcome to the Jay Dyer Today Show, a show that brings classic Dyer directly into your YouTube newsfeed. See what I did there? And now, your host, Jay Dyer.
You're listening to Jay's Analysis, integrating film, philosophy, geopolitics, literature, history, economics, intrigue, and espionage, only at jaysanalysis.com. And now, Jay's Analysis Podcast, with your host, Jay Dyer. Welcome back to Lecture 4 of my analysis of Carroll Quigley's Tragedy and Hope. Now, if you heard the previous 3, then you know we are up to the stage of the analysis of the bankers engineering World War II and the background to what happened with that whole disastrous fiasco that, of course, went very well for the international financial elite. Did not go so well for various European countries, and then of course the American empire being dragged into that conflict via the special agent provocateuring. Yes, the special agents from the UK, that being William Stevenson or Intrepid, together with Bill Donovan, effectively convincing the United States to join in the war effort of World War II. And you can read about that in numerous books, including Craig Cobble's book on Ian Fleming. Fleming, of course, had a role in that. Now, does that mean I'm saying that Hitler was good, that Hitlerianism was in itself a great thing? No, I see it as a kind of concocted ideology, and you can look at the ridiculous philosophy of esoteric Hitlerism, Savitri Devi, Miguel Serrano, and these different characters that echo the religious mythology of a figure like Alfred Rosenberg, which is the background, the concocted Teutonic, pagan, Romanesque, I guess you could say, philosophy of the Reich. And quite clearly it has all of the traits of being an engineered religious philosophy, really. And you can look at that with the similarities between both Soviet and fascist artwork, all reflecting the same style and imagery. Just rather a question of which system is going to bring the new era, the new age, the new world order. The communist project for the collective new man, the Germanic project of the Teutonic god race new man, both of those have faded away, and now we have entered the era of the democratic capitalist convergence technocratic new man. So that's going to be the model of the future, and Quigley will have a chapter on that. So we know we're on the right track here. I always have to explain, I'm not pro-Quigley. I understand that Quigley is a propagandist for the Atlanticist Empire. You don't have to tell me that in the comments. I already know that. I've explained every time, I think, that I've given these talks that Quigley is a propagandist. So you needn't remind me of that. I'm well aware. That also does not mean that, therefore, I accept Stalinism as the appropriate system, Hitlerism as the appropriate system, or some other weird ism. I don't think that that's how the real world works, as if there's a
great ism that appeared, and that we can then resurrect that. Things that go the way of history cannot be resurrected, except in perhaps some sort of propagandist form. Rather, I take a different approach to things. I think that traditional theology is the way out of these dilemmas. And so that's why I would point people to something like Orthodox theology, not to mysticism, not to biological determinism and evolution, or a form of racial theory as the solution to all of this, or some older nationalism. These are all systems that have come and gone. And so we can't go back to those kinds of systems. And in that regard, I would agree with Spengler's analysis of forms coming and going and passing away. There will never be a Roman Empire again. There will never be a Babylonian Empire. These forms have come and gone. Where things will go in the future is, of course, anyone's guess. But certainly the Western Atlanticist elite, through weaponized democracy, appear to have the upper hand and are ruling the globe through the centralized fiat banking model. That is the empire in which we live today, and this is another way that we can see that Spengler was prophetic, in that he said that we live in the era of Homo economicus, economic man, with the dominance of giant financial empires, giant dynasties or cartels, as Quigley will describe them, that in our day are essentially monetary in their locus. So we discussed, and if you haven't heard the first three, I highly recommend you go back and listen to those, because you're not really going to know where we're at. And there will be, of course, links below this to the first three talks. But we saw that the reaction in Germany against the Dawes Plan and the Young Plan is what provoked a lot of the coalescing of the power on the part of the National Socialists. They were able to gain a lot of popularity and centralized power as a result of the failed policies of the Marxists and the leftists and the Republicans and the Democrats and all these other pseudo idealistic, rationalistic plans. And the Nazis were partly successful also because they captured the mythological imagination of the people, whereas these other sort of bankrupt philosophies of democracy and republicanism were not really able to capture anyone's imagination. Arguably, I guess you could say, in various arenas of the global political theater, communism was somewhat able to capture people's imaginations through the idea of achieving preeminence through the class struggle and the creation of the collective new man. But with Germany, of course, the focus is on racial struggle. And of course, all of these are essentially leftist projects insofar as the locus of action for humans and for all human action is placed into the external sphere, something out there in the world, be it class warfare, racial struggle, strife, freedom versus liberty on the part of the Western Atlanticists, freedom versus tyranny. All of these forms are essentially united in their presuppositions of being modern. And that's why I think Dugan is accurate to speak of positions 1, 2, and 3. Right? You've got capitalism, and libertarian, classical liberalism. You've got communism and fascism, and these three forms have passed away, and we are now in the period of the victory of monetaristic liberalism. Atomistic classical liberalism has won, and that, of course, leads to monopolistic capitalism, which rules the globe presently. Now, so the actions that happened in this period of the 20s and 30s
as we said, really messed up the German economy. There was hyperinflation. The Dawes Plan and the subsequent Young Plan were these restructuring of the debt that was owed supposedly by the German population. Weimar Republic failed, and so you have a lot of industrialists who have a lot of money wrapped up in the German economy and other arenas of the economic sphere that needed to see a successful Germany. And this is where the industrialists step in to fund Hitler. I.G. Farben, Henry Ford wrote a book openly about this. And this is interesting because the Nazis are not a, quote, right-wing party. They are a people's party, and they're national socialists. So they are not part of the classical liberal dialectic of atomistic individualism. But they also understand, in their perspective, that already by the 20th century, it was a global world, and due to the free trade and economic excommunication policies on the part of the West, Germany was essentially forced into the global theater, I guess is what you could say. So in other words, you can't really play global politics as a mere nation state. In other words, we're already into what Quigley calls the power block and great powers model of how things play out in the global theater. So you can't just have nationalism. You've got to have a battle for the New World Order. And which form will that New World Order take? And of course, amongst historians, researchers, alternative researchers, independent researchers, conspiracy theorists, really the question of the 20th century is to what degree, this is of course the debated contentious point, is to what degree is this engineered in the background. And so we are looking at one of the key sources for it being engineered in the background, and that is of course Carroll Quigley. So we have the beer hall putsch and the rise of National Socialism. The SS begins to stamp out the leftist groups, the communists that stood in the way. We have Quigley mentioning the Reichstag being burned and it being blamed on the communists as a form of false flag, according to Quigley. And this is what leads to the Enabling Act, which allows Hitler to gain quite a bit of power. Quigley argues that the Nazis enact a terror state. All the Reds are rounded up and arrested. There's a takeover and federalization of local police. Now, keep in mind that we hear a lot about the Stasi and the right, but this is what this is what the Bolsheviks did too. Okay, so this is pretty much the standard pattern of large-scale power blocks. Period. Okay, and it's not any different, obviously, in the U.S. Right? In the U.S., supposedly this democracy or Republican democracy, Democratic Republic, whatever you want to call it, they did the same thing. Right? We had internment camps for Japanese, so forth and so on. So let's not be naive here and think that this is like good guy, bad guy. Religion is somewhat strange under the Nazis. There's a period of tolerance for Catholicism, and then this kind of fizzles out and disintegrates, and the Nazis and the Catholics end up kind of having a falling out, which is difficult given the fact there were quite a few Catholics in Germany. And Quigley on 441, of course, mentions the concocted ideology of Rosenberg to create the mythology for the Nazi Party. Non-Aryans, Jews, persons married to non-Aryans, politically unreliables, and Marxists were discharged, and loyalty to Nazism was required for promotion in civil service and government. Now we are in the 30s period, as we said, so this is still not any period where there's large internment camps yet. And according to Quigley, Nazism in this period, was not totalitarian. So it's authoritarian, but it is not a totalitarian. Quigley says, by 1934, the Nazi movement reached the goal of the establishment of an authoritarian state in Germany. The word used here is authoritarian, for unlike the fascist regime in Italy, the Nazi regime was not totalitarian. This is by he's talking about in the period of the 30s into the 40s. So we're not yet at World War II yet. We're still in the build-up period. The Nazi movement, he says, in its simplest analysis, was an aggregation of gangsters, neurotics, mercenaries, the discontented, and an intermixture of idealists. This movement was built up by the quartet mentioned earlier in the last lecture of counter-revolutionary force against the Weimar Republic, the Internationalists, and the Democrats, and of course against the Communists as well. So basically, the right wing ended up in more or less a union against all of those movements, and that's why the Nazi Party would be called far right, even though it was originally a socialist workers' party. It ends up united in its opposition to Weimar Republic, the Internationalists, that being the capitalists and or Catholics, Democrats, and Communists. Now, Quigley mentions the different entities that he sees funding the Nazis, and this would be, he mentions Fritz Thyssen, he mentions Farben, and of course I said Henry Ford, and many others. Let's see. I was looking for my notes here. There's a place where he actually mentions a whole bunch of them, but I'm not seeing it. But those are, of course, the main players. And then you've got a lot of the big corporations that still exist today. Volkswagen, right? People's car service. Now, these are all behind the Nazi war machine. Other companies as well, I think Bayer Pharmaceutical or whatever it used to be at one point was involved in that. There's quite a few giant Germanic industrial companies that quite clearly are tied into American interests, and there was a sizable support for Hitlerianism in the 30s on the part of Americans. I believe Hitler was on Time magazine at one point, and he was not conceived to be a great villain in the 30s and 40s. It was only after this period when you have a real decision on the part of the financial elite and I would say the industrial barons to go ahead with the next big war, and that's where you need this great villain. So there is an attempt in Germany to put an end to competition. This is interesting because we're, of course, told in the modern era that the only way that economies are successful is through everybody competing with each other. And what international monetarism and libertarian economic policy ultimately does, and why the bankers liked it a long time ago, particularly at the time of the French Revolution, where it allowed the merchant class to supplant the aristocratic and monarchical class, the feudal state, was that it says that you need to compete against everybody, right? You need to have widespread economic competition, and that's the only way things can advance. This is the libertarian myth. And what does it do? Well, it creates, on the outset, the tendency for everyone in a community or in a country to be set against one another, because the goal becomes avarice. The goal becomes the accumulation of more wealth. And that's why this was always forbidden in the ancient and medieval church. Now, that doesn't mean that I'm saying that at a local level you didn't have people making a living and having businesses or doing a trade. You had guilds and you had trades and so forth. You didn't have Adam Smith economics. You didn't have David Ricardo and these figures who would influence a lot of the revolutionaries in France and in America, right? And so that's why it's part of the Enlightenment, is that it becomes about pragmatic end goals, right? About hedonistic, materialistic end goals, right? Being successful in this life, whereas the ancient and medieval European and Byzantine perspective was that the end goals are in the next life, right? The accumulation of great wealth is not what it means to be successful. But post-scientific revolution, post-economic revolution, industrial revolution, it more and more becomes the dominant mindset and philosophy of the West and now the globe, that the attainment of fiat dollars now, I guess at one time it was at least gold or assets, the attainment of fiat dollars is really the essence of life. And that's why Spengler calls it Homo economicus. And economic interests have replaced the older interests of telos, which in the Greek means purpose. So ancient and medieval men consider themselves to have some higher, greater purpose than merely their own temporal accumulation of gold or goods or fiat dollars. That, of course, has completely shifted in the great inversion of the last several centuries, foisted by financial interests, banking dynasties, Masonic revolutionaries, and so forth, and then later, of course, Marxism, which says that any hopes of something in the afterlife are really bourgeois inventions to keep the masses and the workers enslaved. And I would remind you that, of course, the internationalists, the capitalists, like the idea of Marx, right? That the end goal of life is the accumulation of material success and perhaps wealth in some sense. Even though Marx, as I said many times, was not anti-capitalist, he was a critic of capitalism, but capitalism is a necessary stage on the long march of history towards the withering away of the state. Marx, the libertarian. But we see Volkswagen, the People's Auto, we see Göring Werks, Hermann Göring, and the 65 corporations that formed the Labor Front in 1938 that support the move of Hitler because it's obviously advantageous to German interests to oppose a lot of the internationalists in terms of at least the financial sector. But you have this economic sector, this industrial sector, which is very powerful in Germany and is linked with many groups in the U.S., such as Ford, who are pro-Hitler for that reason. Like, they would rather see an Axis bloc rather than the Allied bloc as the model for the New World Order. And as I said, I think last time I got into Britain in this period, which Quigley calls a plutocracy. He calls it UK in this period is the great plutocracy. And the wars have a very detrimental effect on the UK economy. And this is really where we see the decline of the United Kingdom and the centralization of at least the projection of force geopolitically that arises in the United States. So even though we could still see, I think, the U.S. as a kind of proxy shell company or force for the city of London, it's not the UK as a kind of nation or an economy that's really a major power anymore. Now, certainly the Bank of England, the City of London, this is an independent city-state that is a international locus of power, but that's what kind of secretly is running the United States in accord with the New York banking elite, the Eastern establishment, and by extension, the Pentagon and the White House. Those are all entities that are run by the New York banks and the City of London. That's the way to understand this. And So it's not Britain, it's not the UK that's that's the evil empire here. It's a shadow empire of the banking establishment that Quigley identifies on page 474, for example, with both members of the ruling elite in the British upper crust. The Cecil family controls the Conservative Party. Balfour, it looks like, I think, or Salisbury, Lord Selborne, these are all involved in either controlling the Conservative Party or the Liberal Party, the Labour Party. So you got landed, wealthy, aristocratic elites, Royal Society group members, Lord Milner, Balfour, Stead, Rosebery, the Astors, and what they do is they essentially run either the Labour Party or the Conservative Party. But this Cliveden set, this group, they are pretty much united. Right? They form a kind of inner circle of initiates, is what Quigley calls them from Cecil Rhodes, and they run the four ends of the court. This is the British government, and the four ends, INN, means the Inner Temple, the Middle Temple, Lincoln's Temple, and Gray's Temple. And these ends are monopolized by the upper class. Quigley says this on page 479. Inner Temple, Middle Temple, Lincoln's Inn, and Gray's Inn. Very, very Masonic, obviously. Oxford and Cambridge are, of course, the elite schools by which the upper crust, Eton as well, are recruited into the circles, the inner circles. You have the outer party, inner party that Orwell talked about, and they come from these elite schools, and then are recruited into British intelligence or whatever. And as I said, so we got the Conservatives being ruled, Quigley argues, by Lord Salisbury and Arthur Balfour, and of course Balfour is the origin of the modern state of Israel with the Balfour Declaration. And you've got the Liberals being controlled by different elites, but it's still, as he said, moneyed elites. Let's see who I'm looking for, the liberal list of elites that run them. But I mean, it's not any different today. We see this still with Blair and Cameron and all these different phony balonies who are essentially just mirrored versions of the left-right dialectic of the Democrats and Republicans, right? It's like Clinton and the Bushes, right? There's no difference. So I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on Britain, but he says a couple interesting points. 489, that the bankers control the public works. The bankers control the Labour Party. The bankers control and institute austerity. The BBC is set up by the elite, right? British Broadcasting Company is a, quote, public work, but it's controlled by the banking elite. No surprise. That's why we've said from a long time, obviously the BBC is run by MI6. It's pretty obvious, or MI5, either way. And so these front people like Neville Chamberlain or Churchill, these are just, these are kind of the front men like Obama today. And this is all explained more or less explicitly in chapter 10 by Quigley here. But we don't really have to dwell much on London and the UK because in the next chapter it's really going to be about about World War II. And so he talks a little bit more about Britain and the economic collapse, the merchant bankers in Britain that run things. The Bank of England runs businesses. Here we have another explanation of who's running things, page 500. Who runs things in England? Well, it's pretty clearly Baring Brothers, Rothschild, Schroeder, Morgan, Greenfell, Hambros, Lazard. These more or less have the dominant, he says, the financial capitalism have a dominant position in the Bank of England. So the Bank of England, giant powerhouse. run by these dynasties and families. Page 500. So the heyday of English financial capitalism is associated with the governorship of Montague Norman from 1920 to 1944. It began about a century after the advent of industrial capitalism, Barings, Westminster Bank, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it leads from financial capitalism into monopoly capitalism. And so he talks about a bunch of monopolies that are all interlocking directorates into the Bank of England, and that's how we get to international monopoly capitalism. This is all on page 500. So the Bank of England ends up running all of the big businesses. The big five control the majority of the economy, and this is Midland, Lloyds, Barclays, Westminster, and National Provincial. These are the big five banks tied into the Bank of England that run the economy. And this is what we see in the U.S., isn't it? You've got regional Federal Reserve banks that are tied into private banks, and that runs the U.S. economy, sort of. What a mess. Now, there's an interesting section on International Monetary Fund. Quigley says on page 506 that to gather much of the traditional dinginess of the English lower class life was wiped away, brightening it up with amenities which contributed to the increase of solidarity of family life. Slum clearance and rebuilding by local government bodies called council houses added to this. Britain's formerly independent role in these matters has come increasingly under the influence of outside influences, becoming a part of the EU. So the United States, the European Common Market, the IMF have had a powerful influence in the British economy. And that's what, as I was saying, that it's not really Britain that is running things, right? Because the British economy really sinks, Quigley argues, during this period. And it's more so the big banking houses in New York that step up to the plate to take the lead, and the international institutions take on a bigger role in Britain. And this is, of course, why Brexit was kind of an issue of late. But it is still the big banking houses located in the city of London and in New York that are the shadow government. Don't ever forget that. But interlocking dictatorships of cartels that lead to total corporatism, Quigley argues on 511, and this international cartel model in Germany, in England, and in the U.S., that is where we see the rise of monopoly capitalism. And so it's this is why it's giant families like Vanderbilt's, Rockefellers, J.P. Morgan. These corporations are tied into big international banking syndicates, and this is what he calls the cartels. And so you might have a German cartel, you might have a U.S. cartel, you might have cooperations between them, the British and the DuPonts, for example. He says among these agreements was most significantly the European dye stuff cartel. This grew out of a Swiss cartel from 1918 when IG Farben was reorganized in 1925, and a similar French organization, the Kuhlmann Group, was set up in 1927. And these two formed a French-German cartel. All three countries set up the European cartel in 1929. Imperial Chemicals, which won a near monopoly on British territory in 1926, joined the European cartel in 1931. The British group already had a comprehensive agreement with DuPont in the United States, right? And an effort by IG Farben to create a joint monopoly with DuPont within the U.S. Leads, again, as he says, to these giant cartels and monopolies. IG Farben was the greatest example of concentrated control in Germany monopoly capitalism, but it was no means untypical. And he goes on to list on page 513 many more of these. IG Farben and the United Steelworks had 1.3 billion Reichsmarks in capital. Now this is in 1930s money, so that's quite a bit. So what these monopoly capitalists are businessmen first and patriots later. So they're internationalists, and that's what's key to understand here. As a result, the goals of German cartels were frequently political as well as economic. IG Farben and others were constantly working to help Germany in its struggle for power through espionage, gaining economic advantages for Germany, and by seeking to cripple the ability of other countries. So what we see is kind of a competition between cosmopolitan international capitalism and industrial national capitalism. So that's kind of what we can see as a bit of a dialectical warfare within capitalism. Will it be nationalist and industrialist, or will it be internationalist and industrialist? And of course, we know where things go. They move towards internationalism. And of course, Germany loses in this battle, and the internationalists gain the upper hand. And then we have the European Common Market in the 1950s following World War II. So it allows the ECM to be established, of course, at Bilderberg. As we know, those documents are no longer secret. They're public. Bilderberg planned in the late 40s after World War II. Bretton Woods system, as a result of World War I and the BIS, then you have the European Common Market through Bilderberg, and it required the destruction of Germany to get that in place. Now, France. Now, this is going to be a crucial chapter. This is very important because it's not so much that France is like, it's an important factor in all this, but what's most enlightening about Quigley's chapter on France is that the model for how France was taken over by the banking dynasties is super duper illustrative for how it works everywhere. That's what's so fascinating about this chapter, is that we're going to see Quigley going all the way back to the Protestant Reformation. He's going to explain the interchange between the Catholics, the Protestants, and the Jews and their big banking houses, and how it all played out in the consolidation and rule, basically, of the entire French banks by the Rothschilds. And the Rothschilds are going to take it over, and they're going to be the final dominant power, I think, by the time of the 40s. But you're also going to get some really interesting insights from Quigley on what's going on in the U.S. and the New Deal, and how the New Deal was a scam, and how it's, again, another pattern of what you'll see. So this is a very important chapter, and I've been talking about this in interviews in the last month leading up to this talk, and that's why this is going to be so important. So I want you to listen, because you're going to see the exact pattern of how the banking elite do the exact same thing in every country, and how this is how they created the New World Order. And this is what Quigley said from the very beginning, where he talked about the bankers and the gold notes and the plan for a global one world currency and a New World Order and all that. Here is the representative example of how it was done in detail in France. Financial capitalism lasted longer in France than in any other major country. The roots of the financial capital there, like Holland, but unlike Germany, go back to the period of commercial capitalism which preceded the Industrial Revolution. These roots grew up rapidly in the last half of the 18th century and were well established with the founding of the Bank of France in 1800. At that date, financial power was in the hands of about 15 private banking houses, whose founders, in most cases, had come from Switzerland in the second half of the 18th century. These bankers were all Protestant and were deeply involved in the agitations that led up to the French Revolution. Interesting. Swiss Protestant bankers, and I would suggest probably British as well, funding the French Revolution. Little nugget from Quigley there that I have not found that anywhere else, so make note of that. When the revolutionary violence got out of hand, they were the chief forces behind the rise of Napoleon. Interesting. What does all this do? Consolidates. That's what's key. As a reward for the support, Napoleon in 1800 gave the bankers a monopoly over French financial life. So if you want to understand what Napoleon was all about, there you go. That's page 515 in Quigley. Napoleon, agent of the bankers, to give them the entire French economy through the control of what was created in 1800? The Bank of France. Now, was the Bank of France a public works, communal bank? No. Quigley says it was not. There were 3 groups of bankers who had the controlling interest in this private bank with a public facade. That is the model everywhere. Quigley says the figures in this bank were Mirabaud, Mallet, Neuflize, and Hottinger. In the course of the 19th century, a second group was added to the French banking circles, the Jewish bankers. And also, they were of non-French origin and were largely Germanic. They were Rothschild, Heine, Fuld, Stern, and Worms. The majority of the Iberians and a minority of Iberian Jews like Perrier and Miret. A rivalry soon grew up between the older Protestant banking elites and the nouveau riche Jewish banking. This rivalry was largely political, not so much religious in basis. The lines were confused by the fact that some of the Jewish bankers gave up their religion and became Protestants, such as Perrier and Heine. The rivalry, well, there's a lot of talk about rivalry here. So let's do, long story short, the leadership of the Jews was headed by Rothschild, obviously, and he was on the right wing of that group. The 2 wings were also close to that of Mirabaud, together that dominated the whole of the financial system, frequently cooperated together, even when the groups as a whole were in competition. Key point. The simpler picture was complicated when, after 1838, by the slow rise of a third group of bankers, the Catholics. This was names such as Desmarchis, Sellier, Davilliers, de Germany, Pilleville, Gouin, and de Lubersach. They rose slowly and lately. It was soon split into 2 halves. One half was the alliance of the Rothschilds and the accepted group of the Third Republic, and the other half was the alliance of the industry, largely Catholic, and the Second Empire. This is a bit confusing here. Thus, there were, from 1871 all the way to 1900, 3 groups in France. The alliance of the Jews and Catholics, dominated by Rothschild. Now, when you think of Vatican Bank, remember that since the 1700s, the Rothschilds have run the Vatican Bank. That's public knowledge, not a conspiracy theory. The second group, the alliance of Catholic industrialists and Catholic bankers, dominated by Schneider and steel manufacturing, and a group of Protestant bankers dominated by Mirabaud. So 3 big economic powerhouses here. Banker power rises after 1900, Quigley says, in France, and basically what you get after Napoleon is, as we said, the establishment of the Bank of France. Now listen, this is crucial. The center of French economic system in the 20th century was not to be found in the Bank of France. What? But in a group of unknown institutions and private banks. There were over 100 private banks, but only about a score were of significance. And even these were restricted to Mirabaud and Rothschild. They were the most powerful of all the others combined. The private banks were known as the Haute Banque and acted as the high command of the French economic system. Their stock was closely held in the hands of 40 families, and they issued no reports on their financial activities. Double books, secret system, shadow banking. They were, with a few exceptions, the same private banks that set up the Bank of France. They were divided into a group of 7 Jewish banks: Rothschild, Stern, Cohen, Daveners, Proper, Lazard, Spitzer, Worms; 7 Protestants: Mallet, Mirabeau, Heine, Neufloit, Hottinger, Odier, Vernay; and 5 Catholic banks: Davilliers, Libersach, Le Chédier, Gaudieu, and Desmarquis. By the 20th century, the basic fissure to which we have referred had appeared between the Jews and the Protestants, and the Catholic group had split to ally itself with either the Jews or the Protestants. The Jews or the Protestants. Nonetheless, the various groups continued to cooperate in the management of the entire French economy and the Bank of France. The Bank of France was not the center of financial capitalism except in name. It possessed no autonomous power of its own. It was controlled until 1936, as it had been in 1813, by the hands of the private banks that created it. So it was a front. It was a shell. Sound like anything you've heard of? Maybe the Federal Reserve? The Bank of France was controlled by the same 40 families, not 200, as many thought, but because the provision of the bank's charter stated that only the 200 largest stockholders were entitled to vote on decisions. And so you had 200 largest stockholders, but those 200 largest stockholders were made up of 40 families. So that apparent dispersion of power was illusory, Quigley says. So this is the Federal Reserve trick. The Federal Reserve was established, the French model Federal Reserve here, the Bank of France, as a result of the French Revolution. What did they do? They had a revolution. They had so-called capitalism and so forth, a merchant class taking over. This is a disastrous failure. A whole bunch of people die in the different communes and French governments that are set up. Napoleon comes as the great dictator consolidator, and what does he do? Gives it all over to bankers. There you go. So it's the same scam model everywhere. The Bank of France acted as a kind of general staff for the 40 families that controlled the 19 chief private banks. Little effort was made to influence the affairs by the rediscount rate, and open market operations were not used until 1938. The state was influenced by the Treasury's need for funds from the Bank of France. Other banks were influenced by the methods more exclusively French. The alliances used indirect bribery and by complete dependence of the French banks on the Bank of France for any crisis. In other words, it was centralized. This last arose from the fact that the French banks did not emphasize gold reserves, but instead regarded commercial paper as their chief reserve, fiat. In any crisis where this paper could not be liquidated fast enough, the banks resorted to unlimited note issuing by the Bank of France. Unlimited note issuing by the Bank of France, fiat dollars. Guess what happens? Well, the Rothschilds dominate. They consolidate, intermarry, or disperse the other families, get rid of them, and you have complete control by a single cartel by, what does he say? I think by the middle of the 20th century, I think he says. And he discusses this on page 522, this kind of weeding out of the competition, or the faux competition, and just greater centralization. Inside France, there was a basic division of East and West. The Jewish group emphasized shipbuilding, transatlantic communications, transportation. The Protestant Catholic group emphasized iron, steel, so forth. This rivalry between the two groups had worldwide ramifications. For example, Jewish bankers controlled the Carnegie Petrol, which was allied with Standard Oil and Rockefeller. So Jewish bankers allied with Rockefellers and Carnegies. Catholic Protestant bankers at this time allied with Royal Dutch Shell and Protestants in Dayerdeen. So there is, even at the banking level, some degree of difference. But here's what happens. The Jewish group frequently joined the cartels and associations set up by the rival blocs. At the center of the system of monopolistic industrial control was the Confédération Générale du Patronat Franc, which after 1936 did the collective bargaining for most of the French industry. The Confederation was divided into sections for different industry. Around the Confederation was a series of general trade associations and cartels, etc., etc. Below these was a number of regional associates and local cartels, and these were integrated into a single whole by financial controls, family alliances, and interlocking positions. In this system, the Comte de Forget Trade Association of the metallurgical industries held a key position. So eventually what we get by 1870 is the whole metal industry of France turned towards monopoly centralization. So, in other words, monopoly control, it's this gradual movement towards monopoly control. Right? Now, the Paribas system, this is the Rothschild system, as it's called according to page 525. The whole Paribas system of France in the 20th century was headed by Baron Edouard de Rothschild, but the active head was René Meyer, manager of the Rothschild Bank and nephew by marriage of James Rothschild. The chief center of operations for the system was the Banque de Paris, which was managed until 1937 by Horace Fanelli of a Hungarian Jewish family, brought to France by the Rothschilds in 1880. From this bank was ruled much of the section of many foreign colonial enterprises, utilities, shipping, airlines, blah, 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 everything foreign-wise. Havas was a great monopolistic news agency, so the Rothschilds had set up their own controlled monopolistic news agency, as well as advertising, and they could and did suppress and spread news and advertising as they willed. It usually supplied news reports, basically just saying that's a monopoly on media in France at this point, and we are in the 1930s. There was a monopoly from this power block of the Rothschilds on the distribution of periodicals, books. This monopoly could be used to kill paper stories, which were regarded as objectionable. The Paribas bloc was badly split, however, between the rise of anti-Semitism in France and the controversy over orthodox and unorthodox financial methods in banking, and the foreign crisis, World War II. The Rothschilds desired to form an alliance with Russia and adapt a policy of resistance to Hitler while supporting the loyalists in Spain, continuing orthodox financial policies and building up the labor unions against the Comte de Forget, and it collapsed from its own internal contradictions, their own lack of faith in it, and the pressure of Great Britain. So this monopolistic system, he says, collapses, which isn't exactly the case. Maybe that model collapsed, but the Paribas bloc, he says, was destroyed by the anti-Semitic laws. So the Rothschild power structure in the mid-century apparently lost some of its power, and but I'm not. I guess you could argue to what degree this is really the case. I mean, these entities are so powerful that does the anti-Semitic laws really affect it? Maybe to some degree, but this is where we get the argument that the three pre-war power blocks played no significant role in France since 1945. Although some of the personnel of the Paribas system have done so, notably René Meyer, the head of the Rothschild family. So apparently the Rothschilds, he says, are still powerful in France, but they're not what they were in the 1940s. So you can debate that to whatever degree you'd like. That is at least Quigley's argument. The British, well, let's see, he says, The British, who had formed a European Free Trade Association of the outer 7 nations of Austria, Denmark, Norway, Portugal, Sweden, Switzerland, to seek free trade among the members, but no common external tariff against others, sought to lift its rather lethargic economy by joining the European Common Market in 1962. This was rebuffed by de Gaulle, who required as a price that Britain renounce its efforts to establish a special relationship for the United States. This is interesting because de Gaulle saw the special relationship between the UK and the US as the means by which the British elites were engineering a lot of this warfare and baloney in Europe. And that's why de Gaulle said, okay, if you want free trade, then you got to cut off this relationship with the U.S. And that's why de Gaulle was not popular. The Atlanticists very much sought to destroy de Gaulle. So that covers the role of the Rothschilds in France and how they consolidated power by the 1930s and 40s to create a single dynasty of control of the French economy and private sector for the most part. Quigley argues that anti-Semitic laws damaged the Rothschild power structure. You can debate to what degree you agree or disagree with that. I will leave the matter open, but as I am here at this point to give you Quigley's argument, that is what Quigley says. And in hour 2, we're going to look at the rise of the European Common Market, the Treaty of Rome, the OECD. Interesting. Here comes the OECD into the picture. We're going to see a little bit about what that is and what is happening in the U.S. in the 30s and 40s to lead up to World War II. And this is going to be important because, as I said, there's a bunch that's revealed about FDR, the New Deal, and how this was a big banker scam as well on the part of the oligarchs in the U.S. and how this led to consolidation. Again, mirroring what we saw with the Rothschilds and the bankers in the Bank of France and Napoleon handing over the entire French economy to the bankers. Well, guess what? FDR is going to hand over the entire U.S. economy for subsequent decades in greater concentration to the bankers. So you've been listening to Jay Dyer. This is lecture 4 on Carroll Quigley's Strategy and Hope. And we've been looking at France and the bankers and Germany and what their plans are. And we're almost to World War II. And in hour 2, we're going to look at FDR and how he was an agent of the banking elite. And so stay tuned for that. Check out jaysanalysis.com. Subscribe to my talks and lectures for $4.95 a month or $60 a year if you want to hear the full talks and lectures and interviews. I've got amassed quite an archive now, 95% approval rating there. So definitely check that out. You can buy my book, Esoteric Hollywood, Sex, Cults, and Symbols in Film at Trine Day Publishers or on Amazon or at my site, Jay's Analysis. Also check out Jamie Hanshaw's book, Hollywood Mind Control.
You were listening to DyerRadio on the Jay Dyer Today Show. Thanks for tuning in. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more Jay Dyer Today.
should. Back a little and the spread. Little must breathe. Back a little and the spread. Goes good with mustard. Try to stop it. Throw a little sticky thing.
Guys, we have a show sponsor which helps you to be not a gamma male, not hopefully a beta male, and that is Chalk.com. Use promo code J60Life, J60Life, to get 60% off all those great Chalk products over at Chalk.com.
J60Life. J60Life. Chalk. To get 60% off all those great Chalk products over at Chalk.com. Off all those great Chalk products over at Chalk.com.
You're eating a diet of industrial-produced soy slop kibble. Your diet is trash. This is one of the most obvious reasons that so many of us are dealing with chronic inflammation, i.e. the inflammation of the gut being directly linked with inflammation of the brain. And when people say you've got a gut feeling about something, your gut is actually very much involved with your emotions at a physiological level. I'm not saying it's completely deterministic, right? But your gut health greatly affects your ability to deal with emotional stressors. Your gut health is crucial for the creation of neurotransmitters, right? Your gut produces compounds like serotonin here if they are out of balance, either too little or too much, right? So a lot of people think that, oh, well, serotonin's good, you eat more of it. No, too much serotonin makes you miserable as well. And gut bacteria are crucial for the production of neurotransmitters. So your diet is crap. You're eating industrial slop, manufactured and designed to make you feel like crap so that you continue eating more and more of it, because that slight high you get from it, that little bit of dopamine you get from the crunchy / savory / sweet, the low quality salty sugary, not saying that salt and sugar are inherently bad, but the low quality salty sugary corn syrup based GMO soy sludge that you're eating is weaponized. Kellogg's was a company whose initial product line was designed to make people infertile, right? It was designed to decrease human libido, your libido being a measurement of your vitality, your energy levels, when you have low energy levels, when you're chronically inflamed, when you are malnourished. Fertility shuts down. We see the fertility shut down in vegan ovulations, right? The Frotarians famously thinking that it's some badge of honor and spiritual and physical cleanliness to lose your period if you're a woman. This is nonsense. Visit Tristana's channel at Tristan Haggard for more information on how to reduce your soy levels.
Brzezinski model, the technocrat model, is much more interested in the incremental, slow kill, Fabian approach to bringing technocracy into being. So they're not going to send Homeland Security troops to round you up and put you in a FEMA camp. They'd much rather promote everybody being enmeshed in video games, the Disney gulag, the virtual reality gulag, all this kind of stuff is a much better FEMA camp in your home. They don't need the FEMA camp. It's too messy. It's a big ordeal. And it's all the nonsense and all the patriot crap on the radio. That's not going to happen. They don't need to. The shadow global government is already here. And as you said, it's in the latter stages of the mopping up process to move it into the next phase, i.e. between two ages to the next age. Once you have atheism, there's not really any foundation. Anything can come and go. philosophy we can see in history. When you divorce anthropology, from this kind of a revealed framework that we're going to talk about, what you get is basically disaster, and you get things like reductionistic materialism and so forth that ultimately wipe out the notion of what it is to be a human person. And when there's no notion of a human person, then things like free will, volition, these all fall away by the wayside because they're ultimately illusory. If the world is a determined materialistic process, then free will is illusory, and so is consciousness. 30,000. Can you hear me, nerds? 40,000 of you. Live. 30,000 chat nerds. Nerds, are we live?
Welcome to the Jay Dyer Today Show, a show that brings classic Dyer directly into your YouTube newsfeed. See what I did there? And now, your host, Jay Dyer.
Well, it's been a while since I've done a podcast, but I want to welcome this time someone very unique. She is a former MI5 British Security Service officer. Her name is Mrs. Annie Machon. She now is located in Dusseldorf, Germany, and she acquired some prominence due to the fact that her and her, at the time, partner David Shaler were involved in what's known as the Shaler Affair. And if you go to the Guardian's website, you'll find a whole host of articles dealing with that issue. She worked for the Ministry of Truth in Oceania for many years. I'm sorry, that was a bad joke. She is the author of the 2005 book Spies, Lies, and Whistleblowers, MI5, MI6, and the Shaler Affair, where she offers criticism of the security service and the way it operates. She has been involved in speaking on issues like 9/11, been critical of the official version. She is also an intelligence expert. She deals with now geopolitics of all sorts. If you find her website, AnnieMachon.com, you'll find all kinds of lectures and interviews on Russia Today. And so I want to thank Mrs. Annie Machon for joining me today.
Well, it's a pleasure. Thank you for inviting me on.
All right. Now, let's, in the first few chapters of your book, you talk about how you were recruited and the process. Can you go into a little bit of that? Like, how did you, you're at Cambridge, you're studying the classics. Did you ever dream that you would be involved in that kind of work, or was that something that you just thought was too far-fetched?
Well, I certainly never wanted to be a spy. I wasn't one of these sort of James Bond enthusiasts. What little I knew about it was really from watching some of the John le Carré programs, films with things like 20 Days, Soldier Spy, with my father when I was in my teens. And I have to say, the whole environment struck me as a sort of very dark, very grey, very misogynistic, unpleasant world to live in,
right.
Which is the way that John le Carré portrays it. So no, it never crossed my mind that I would ever think of being a spy. And I think that's probably true of many people who, certainly in UK intelligence agencies, get recruited.
Right.
Because, of course, there is this sort of glamorous myth attached to intelligence work, and they do get a lot of applicants from spy wannabes, but right. They're not the people they tend to recruit.
Well, I noticed that right away in the book you begin to bring out the points where you found the work to not be what you thought it was. And was that something that hit you right away, or did it take a while? Was it several years down the road that you started thinking, well, this isn't exactly what I signed up for?
Well, it's pretty straight up, really. My recruitment was a sort of academic recruitment, as I mentioned. I actually wanted to be a diplomat, so I applied to join the Foreign Office in the UK about a year after I'd left Cambridge. And then I had this mysterious note in the post saying, well, maybe other jobs you find more interesting. And my initial response was, oh my God, it's MI5. It was a very frightening idea. They had a very bad reputation at that point. This was in 1990. Throughout the 1980s in the UK, there have been a huge series of scandals around the MI5. So their involvement in subverting legal strikes, their involvement in spying on civil libertarians, for all sorts of messy stories, and also whistleblowing stories like Peter Rice, who wrote the notorious book Spy Cat, which pursued around the world people killed his staff. So I have to say, my initial response was, oh no. But then I did sort of phone the number out of curiosity, and 10 months later found myself recruited to work there. But because of all these scandals, MI5 had, in 1989, been put on a legal footing for the very first time in its history. incredibly intensive and very, very probing. And I was always sort of surprised when I got through the next stage. And I sort of thought, well, by the time I was accepted, I thought, well, this job must be right for me. Perhaps they're not as perpetrated in media. Perhaps they are a legal entity now, which is doing something to protect the country. So I signed up. But the very first posting I was given, instead of it being counter-terrorism, was to work in the political section, the controversial section. So that was a bit of a sort of very early wake-up call. However, at that point, they were saying this race was historic. They were winding down the study. Obviously, the Soviet Union had crumbled around that time, and the Cold War was over, so there was no real justification for continuing that study. And because of that, I thought, well, perhaps it's just that one section. It's anachronistic, but let's try some other sections. You get posted every 2 years to a different area of work.
Well, that brings two questions to mind. Number one, I mean, didn't you sort of expect? Weren't you a little bit suspicious? In other words, didn't you suspect, well, they're probably not giving me the full picture? I mean, they're trying to sort of sell this to me. I mean, did you not sort of suspect that a government position might not be what it's sold to be? I mean, I think of examples in the U.S. where the Army recruiters, for example. I mean, they'll go to any lengths to recruit people. And many of them have even been found to be operating illegally in terms of the recruitment process because they get bonuses and whatnot. So did you not suspect, or were you not at all suspicious?
Well, I was 22 at the time, and I suppose it was quite idealistic. And hindsight is one thing, and looking back now, I thought I'd be suspicious.
Yeah, right.
But at that point, no. And they had this terrible reputation, but because they've been pretty legal footing, because a lot of the questions you were asked during recruitment were about ethics, morality, and legality of things. And I was very honest even then. I mean, I haven't changed my views on those sort of frameworks. They still wanted me back for the next stage and the next stage. So that's why I said it felt like they had missed the train or they had changed, and I was right for the job. But I have to say as well that all through the process, you never saw anything about the work you'll be doing, exactly what it entails. The only thing on the day when you get to the front door to begin your training is what grade you're assigned to and what your salary is going to be.
Right.
Which the grade was nothing, and the salary was appalling. You're not going to be informed when you actually sort of start work there.
Well,
no, I think they get a lot of very idealistic people who want to make a difference.
Yeah.
The recruiters, it's just then, the culture there is the problem with that.
Well, I guess I'm just wondering that if there was bad press, and if you knew about that, why do you feel like you were sold something that actually wasn't true, or do you feel like it just turned out to be? Well, I guess I can go ahead. You actually argue that there turned out to be a lot of illegality, that there was cover-ups and criminal activities involved. But the other question I wanted to ask is that you mentioned misogyny. I mean, don't women sort of make really good spies? I would think that you would have been received very well within that sort of circle. Did you experience misogyny?
Well, I think the first part about them sort of selling pump and things like that. I think my recruitment process is interesting because when you work for the service, you're actually working as an intelligence officer. People use a spy, but a spy is who is infiltrating organizations and reporting back. An agent is what the UK term is. Of course, in the US, the agent is the person who's actually employed by the FBI or the CIA. So there's a sort of confusion around that. So in terms of their ethics, when I was recruited, my recruiter, the intelligence officer from MI5 who handled my case, so to speak, was actually a woman in her late 30s, and she looked like a sticky. I mean, she was slim shirts and hair down the hips and all that sort of thing. So she broke every preconception I possibly had about the agency at that time. And as I said, the interest and involvement and awareness of the sort of ethical issues was very present during a lot of my interviews and exercises that I had to do. So that was reassuring, despite their old reputation, and the fact that they were on a legal footing from each place also was reassuring. They say, well, it's a bad old days, but change now.
Right.
And actually, I think there were people in the organisation who genuinely think that. There were good people working, but the grouping stopped, the grouping
Yeah.
was dominated by the sort of cold warriors and the old, and that's where the problem came in. That's where the block came in, and then the problem sort of continued to go along and exist and not be challenged.
Could you? I'm sorry. The connection got bad there. You said right after groupthink, you mentioned that something was going on. What was that?
Well, it's the fact that the groupthink meant that a lot of the old senior management and middle management were very entrenched in the sort of old way of thinking.
I see. Okay.
So even though now on the footing at that point, they were still thinking back to the days when they could not themselves all the way around London with impunity, as people like that.
Right.
So their sort of mentality shifted. They ended up with a big gotcha clash between the youths who were recruited at the time and the old guard who stood in the Western World way. And that's where we've got this friction about, well, we can still cut corners, we can break the law, we can come up with some nice government. And then I think that also did feed, not so much misogynistic, but there was a bit of misogyny there, but I mean, you get that anyway, kids in those days.
Yeah.
MI5 certainly made great play of the fact half their staff were female. But in fact, what it meant was most of those staff were clerical and secretary workers. There were fewer intelligence officers who were female. So that was an issue. But I think as well, the people they could recruit, they weren't necessarily looking at which sex gender they were. What they were looking at were certain competency skills that person had, which would finish the work. So yes, going back to the sort of the spy agent fusion as well, a lot of people do like to think, oh, I'm ready for a woman to be a spy. Well, yes, if you're the spy, if you're the agent and you're the minority figure. Yeah. But as a intelligence officer, it doesn't really matter which gender you are. I suppose it might be an advantage when you're trying to recruit or something, but that's about it.
Well, moving on, you talk about the surveillance of a lot of the left-leaning groups, the Socialist Workers' Party, which you were, I believe you were in charge of, and this was Section F2. And so you started feeling like these groups weren't exactly relevant, and you mentioned the point that the Soviet Union had collapsed. What would you say to the person who made the argument that, well, yeah, the Soviet Union collapsed, but it's not as if when the Soviet Union collapsed, every single person of a sort of far left ideology or the communist line of thought, they didn't all suddenly drop all of their views. Do you not consider the possibility that maybe there are still subversive groups, or was it just that you felt that the groups that you were surveilling and keeping tabs on, that you and David found them not to be dangerous?
Well, it's a very long-neck question. I mean, MI5 had for decades been incredibly paranoid about the subversive threat. And when I say subversion, their mission was political groups that mean to overthrow or undermine political democracy.
Right.
Using political, industrial, and means, which is an interesting definition. It's an interesting definition because you're a political evil, political method. How are you undermining the political process? Interestingly. But sure, they were very paranoid about the Communist Party for decades because of this huge spy scandal in the 1950s and 60s.
Yeah.
The penetration by Soviet agents into the intelligence agencies, which MI5 itself had. So they became, as a result of that, particularly incredibly paranoid, and started trying to cause every known possible person in the UK. Of course, you've got mission creep. So anyone who's involved with communist groups, I suppose at that point you could say, well, there was the Soviet Union, they might be funding commie groups within the UK to try and subvert the political system. Yeah. But then you get mission creep. So not only that the communist groups were still pretty even then, it's spread to other extreme left-wing groups like the Socialist Workers' Party that you mentioned, which are communist sort of Trotskyists, which doesn't describe subversion or entryism,
Right.
It's subscribed to the democratic will, which is mass consciousness.
Well,
so by their own definition, it wasn't even a subversive group. So then you get this position, and then you also crept even further, so that you have a situation where people could have files open on them and be aggressively investigated by MI5 purely as queries, so question mark, subversive symbolism. And you could get a file just by being friends with someone who might be linked to a group like the Communist Party.
Right.
So this mission creeps wider and wider, and then anyone who might have that sort members of smallish groups, which included David Che myself, helped to close down largely that does, but it was obviously extended. It was kept on life support for a couple of extra years because in the early 1990s, MI5 knew that it was going to get the need for the investigation of the provisional LRA in the UK. And it was seeing that area of sophistication of metropolitan police first time in about 150 years. So they knew they were going to get a new area of work, but the announcement was delayed for a couple of years. So they had to keep their staff levels up and find work for idle hands so that their staff were back, so they've got transitional work coming through. And that's when they actually inflated the threat of subversion, way after the surface threat had been disappeared, in order to keep jobs employed. But illegal.
I see. Well, let me ask you now.
One of the ends of that is now we're seeing something similar in the UK. There was a scandal about 5 months ago where an undercover cop.
Yes, that's what I was going to ask you about because you've written on that, and so I wanted to ask you: has this then now spilled over to the police force? Is something that was previously illegal wiretapping done by the intelligence agencies, and this now appears to be a sort of being done by the police, if I understand correctly.
Very much so. What happened when MI5 lost interest in looking at subversives, as they call them, in the mid-1990s, because they wanted to focus on the much more sort of sexy terrorist work, like the IRA and Middle Eastern terrorism. What happened was that work trickled down through the Metropolitan Police Special Branch, which is the sort of secret police of the leading police organisation in the UK. And they had a section called the SDS, Special Duties Section, where serving policemen went undercover within the protest of subversive groups. Grew their hair long and lived that life for a number of years and reported back. Either policemen went to MI5 when MI5 still had an interest, or nationals to police. So in the late 1990s, it looks like the police were coming out of the area of work and thought, well, we've got all these guys with the skill set that can penetrate all these groups. Why don't we look at that and
Let me ask you a question. Do you think democracy works? I want to ask you an ideological question.
Theoretically could. I think it was lost over the decades and centuries and manipulated. But I mean, to be quite frank, I think it would be a chance that not being perfect is the best we've got.
So it would function better than a monarchy or some sort of. But don't you think though that well, it's funny that it's sort of the same plan that's implemented locally in the U.S. that happens there as well. In other words, the way the wiretapping works in the U.S. is exactly the same. You have the police that are then federalized, and the federal agencies, of course, bribe the police agencies with federal funding if they will implement all these programs and threat fusion centers and whatnot, where you have everyone's phones being tapped and vetted by the NSA and things like that. So it's the same rollout, in the entire Western world, I would assume. So you're.
No, I think the US is fascinating. It's horribly fascinating from the last days after 9/11, because up until that point there was actually this notion, I think, of checks and balances.
That's true. Yeah.
And that's just been shredded post 9/11.
Yeah.
And it's also they sort of learned the worst of the bad habits of the British system, which, I would have in the 1990s. It was the most draconian, most secretive intelligence infrastructure anywhere else in the world, in any Western democracy in the world.
Mm-hmm.
But now, since 9/11, other democracies have been able to scale back their liberties and roll out free surveillance. So the US has gone careering down a terrible path, actually attacking most of it.
Well,
to shred liberties.
Right, absolutely. And I thought that was a really interesting point that kept coming up in that frontline debate, and it was the point that you made, and it was that the issue is legality and illegality. The issue is, not so much did someone take an oath that they broke, but rather, are we going to have the rule of law, or are we going to have, covert operations that can do whatever they want with, absolutely no accountability or oversight? And that's exactly the same situation here, where you have, all sorts of private entities and groups that are able, through the cloak of, patriotism and things like that, able to basically do the very opposite of the thing that these entities exist for the purpose of doing, securing the homeland. Well, these entities themselves end up becoming the very threat to the thing that they're supposed to protect.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're sort of entering a new cycle. Protecting the homeland is a bit like saying Rory T, black and white.
Exactly.
Interrogation.
Sure, right.
It's almost a bit like Raymond. No, that's fascinating, because there was a lot of coverage a couple of years ago about civil liberties groups, well, there's still a little coverage, civil liberties groups in Russia being spied on and harassed and having their computer seized on spurious national security grounds. And yet the same thing happens in the US, where the FBI has raided various civil liberties groups and seized their computers. And it does tend to make right-wing mainstream press. So it's almost like you're sort of sleepwalking into a start in the United States.
Right.
Do not go away. DyerRadio will be right back after these messages.
Cooper came back to me. Cooper came back to me. I cried out for you and you came back to me. 'Cause our love is very true. You and me, just you and me. No more dividing. We're all one together. Cooper came back to me. Cooper came back to me. I cried out for you and you came back to me. 'Cause our love is spiritual. You and me pursuing me. There's no more divisions. We're all one together. Cooper came back to me. Now I'm back in my home playing video games. Cooper came back to me. Cooper came back to me. Now I'm back in my home playing video games. Cooper came back to me.
Well, let me ask you this. Here's a tough one. It would seem that it would be logical to profile, but profiling goes against sort of egalitarian, democratic, quote-unquote, views. And so we just had, for example, our Homeland Security chief recently say that it makes no logical sense to profile. Well, but every one of the supposed terrorists were Arab Muslims, we're told. So isn't it then logical to profile people? Well, doesn't that follow? In other words, do you see what I'm saying? Where there's a sort of conflict of values between the idea of quote civil liberties and not profiling someone, and yet at the same time there are obviously patterns of people who are the supposed terrorists.
Absolutely. I mean, it would be naive to suggest that the intelligence agencies behind the curtain do not profile anyway.
Right.
So, putting that aside, but they do in secret. But then, I mean, in the UK we've had various terrorist problems for many decades. I mean, America seems to act as terrorism in the homeland is something new, and not for America, but
right.
Many European countries have been there and done that with a variety of different terrorist flavors over the decades. So, we managed to survive a full-on onslaught from the original IRA for decades
right.
in the UK,
where
things were going off on a regular basis, and where there was a very active discussion of what is an appropriate rollback on civil liberties without ruining our democracy. And it was quite a robust debate, and actually liberties did stand up well for the vast majority of people. And there was, they reached an accommodation in the end, and peace was made in Northern Ireland, so that's odd. But I have to say, during that time, the Irish community was victimised. I mean, think about any sort of profiling or whatever. They were just victimised by the police, and there were many egregious miscarriages of justice in that time. But I think it's very disingenuous of politicians or intelligence commentators now to say, oh, well, we can't do profiling. We have to treat everyone as potential terrorists, everyone as a potential criminal.
Right. Right.
And they use that excuse to have endemic spy powers and to have data mining and to make us all feel like criminals and to make us groomers for a free urban state. So they're sort of having their cake and eating it.
Sure. Well, have you seen the video, the Planned Opolis video from the BBC? I believe.
No, I haven't.
I believe it's a BBC. It's sort of a tongue-in-cheek presentation of a futuristic city 15-20 years from now, and if you look it up, it's really telling because everything is completely tracked and controlled. There are food ration cards. It's this big sort of green tyranny where no one has any rights in any sense at all in terms of individual liberties, but it's purely collectivist. Anyway.
It's not that far off there now.
Exactly. Right. And in terms of the environmental laws, I think the UK, from what I understand, it's a lot worse. Now, and you went to Germany. Did you recently relocate because you felt that the UK was just too restrictive and going too far? Is that what happened?
Thinking, absolutely, yes. I mean, I used to joke that I came here to avoid the crude fascism of the UK state instead of Germany.
Yeah.
Which would make my German audiences laugh a lot, but not so much in the UK.
Right.
But no, it's true because Germany still in this sort of collective psyche is a fear of what happened before
right.
the big shock.
Right.
And also the Gestapo in Germany, where you couldn't trust your friends, whether you turned to report against you, president reporting against you, where you could not leave, you couldn't trust that you could have a private telephone conversation or have a private conversation in your pretty very own system like ours.
Yeah.
And this took comfort as a whistleblower, across these things. You get to a situation where you feel like that. I mean, I did have lived under those sort of terms when I was with Jay Dyer and we were on the run.
Right.
So it feels like, but it's becoming more endemic in the UK. So it's not just environmental laws, although that is the part where, for example, you have the new proposed idea is to put microchips or also spy cameras in people's lunch bins.
Right. Yeah. No, it's insane. Yes.
And that becomes a sort of based on policing, but also CCTV in the UK.
Yeah.
Is very covered in CCTV law, but also then you have a whole range of more advanced CCTV. So we have certain towns which use cameras that will talk after doing walking down the street.
Yeah. Right.
And where they're now talking about using aerial drones as well, people.
Right.
Again, in the UK. And, you know, thankfully at the moment, the people who are flying the police force with those drones are sort of saying, no, we're not going to weapon them. But who knows how that will.
Well, but I guess what I'm wondering is, I don't know. I almost went to Germany a couple of years ago. I wish I had. Is it not though more or less the same? I mean, maybe the UK is a little bit ahead, but I mean, it's a global system of tracking and surveillance. So is it really that much different?
No, I agree. It's a global system. Of course, it's global big business. I mean, it's
right.
one of the few growth areas in the economy is producing these machines to spy on
security, right?
But no, I think because the very sense of the psychological memory, the psychic memory of what it was like to live under the Stasi, or what it was like to live in Gestapo, they put in place a very strong constitution, a rock-solid constitution to protect citizens' rights in line with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights.
Okay.
And because of that, even though the German government, of course, is pressured readily in full certain rules in the same way as every other Western government in the war on terror, these are challenged in law, and the courts tend to uphold the rights of citizens, the basic constitution. So there is more of a sense of pushback and resistance to those sort of aspects. And we see it with the digital sort of military campaigns. I mean, Germany has got a very robust hacker team. Hacker sort of is a very pejorative word, but in that sense, I mean, people are based on digital privacy and issues like that. And they do fight back against any encouraged thinkers on those fronts as well. So it is interesting watching how they respond to the war on terror. And there's a big slap in this last year as well, where there were reports that there was going to be some huge terrorist atrocity in Germany. And the German government was saying, well, I know it, let's respond to this in a calm and measured way. We've seen these sort of wars before, and unless we have some intelligence, they're not going to crack down on us. And they did. Nothing happened.
I see. Well, I want to switch the gears here a little bit and talk about, on that topic, though, going back to the Shaler affair, you were you whistle blew with your partner at the time, David Shaler, and you talked about the plot to assassinate Gaddafi that had come to his attention. You guys talked about other illegal activities like the wiretapping, the lying to the government, bombs by the IRA that could have been prevented. What I want to ask you is, recently, Sky News and Fox News have been putting out these stories where the intelligence agencies are actually, have been caught openly funding these various groups. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, what it is 14, 15 years makes. The case that the straw that broke Camel's back, which resulted in David resigning and David public about Gaddafi plot, was a case of MI6, which is like the CIA, funding an Islamic extremist group against assassinate Gaddafi. And the attacks go ahead, but it obviously went wrong because Gaddafi survived, but innocent people died. And crucially, in this case, MI6 did not have the prior written permission of its political master, the Foreign Secretary, which made it illegal under UK law, as well as, highly reckless and immoral, unethical, and also illegal under international law. But yes, what a difference 15 years makes, because now, of course, unabashedly,
it's open. It's open, right.
And it is, in fact, I mean, the reports coming out of the rebel stronghold in Benghazi are ex-loyalists who were deposed, thrown out of the country when Gaddafi seized power.
Right.
And crucially, the Islamic fighting group, which was the group by MI6 in 2006.
Well, but it's so absurd here. We are told that on the one hand, Al Qaeda is the source of everything nefarious. Al Qaeda did 9/11 and all of these other terrorist events, 7/7 and so on. And yet at the same time, we're told, even in the Wall Street Journal, that we are funding, Al Qaeda groups to overthrow Gaddafi. And so this just supreme doublethink is presented, where any person with basic common sense is just sort of astounded. So my question then is, do you think that that's actually a psychological tactic to just go ahead and be that brazenly contradictory, or is it a situation where the assumption is that, well, most people are too stupid to even care or know what's going on in the world? So, or is it both?
Well, I think it's a little patronizing to people who do stupid care. I think people are so ground down by anything now that it becomes difficult perhaps to care about what's going on in different countries, especially economic crisis and what have you. But yeah, I mean, wasn't it one of the leading German Nazis who said the bigger the lie, the more people you fool or something?
Sure, right.
Basic the propaganda.
Right.
So yes, I mean, this apparent sort of contradiction, this apparent doublethink, of course it's picked up by people, of course it's commented on by people, but it's not going to be covered by the mainstream media. And most people still now get most of their information from their TV station choice or whatever. So you get things like phone news and things like that. Pump out these lies, doublethink, in such a sort of assertive manner, it becomes difficult to separate fact from fiction, and that's when you get into this doublethink in these situations.
But interestingly, of the mainstream sources and news, it's Sky News and Fox News, both News Corp, that have leaked or done these stories about the, Anwar al-Awlaki dining at the Pentagon, and the radical cleric in the UK that was discovered to be being funded by the intelligence agencies in the UK. So in other words, is that itself a psychological warfare technique where a certain institute that's even private, like something like News Corp or Fox News, where it presents conflicting information, or is it a situation where you have different journalists, trying to get the truth out? What's your opinion on that?
Well, again, it's a multi-layer very much when it comes to talk about the mainstream media, the old news, as I call it.
Right.
So many people now use the internet,
right,
reputable to get their news. But no, the old media, I mean, one, you have this sort of conglomeration of ownership. So, for example, you're talking about Fox and Sky, and of course they both belong to News International, which is Rupert Murdoch.
Yeah.
Who will set that in tone depending on which politicians he's backing at that time. But then, of course, you do get programs with USDT audiences within that same organization. And also, journalists and editors, one, will be lazy. Two, because there's a huge time pressure to crank out 24/7 news. Two, some of them, of course, will have linkage to certain government bin bodies, certain
I like that. That's fun.
And so certain sort of journalists will be targeted and groomed to work as sort of agents influenced by the intelligence agencies or certain government departments. So they rely on getting briefing on organizations to use their stories so that they can eliminate their job, but then they have to produce what they're up to produce. So you get these multi-layers levers of control of the mainstream media. So it's not one big top-down saying, yes, this is the tone and this is what this channel is going to say. There's a human labour, the pressures from outside, and just, journalism where they just have to spew out information.
Did you see the film Ghost Rider?
The Tony Blair thing, yes, I did.
What it made me think of was the fact that, and I believe it was David Shaler that said, that Blair had worked for MI5, and I thought it was interesting that film sort of hinted at that. Although I think in the film it's presented as working for the CIA, the Pierce Brosnan character, who's veiled, supposed to be a Tony Blair type character. Did you, when you guys were doing the whistleblowing, did you feel like it was